Chapter 3302. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations the three arts of medicine, weapon, and array. As soon as Yi Xian left, 5 to 6 figures descended from the direction of planet Tianshan like meteors. Behind these 5 to 6 figures, there were 7 to 8 10,000 meters wide space fortresses following behind them. However, their speed was not as fast as these 5 to 6 figures. These figures were all supreme masters of the Void Realm, the 12th realm. What happened here? Damn it, who opened the atmospheric passage? Where is Ling Huchong? Where is he? Damn it, you bunch of trash. Rice buckets. All of you are rice buckets. Among these 7 or 8 figures, there were experts from the Tianqin country as well as experts from the Heavenly War Empire who were stationed here. The strongest among them was even a peerless expert of the Genesis realm, the 13th Great Realm. They had all rushed over after receiving the call for help. Unfortunately, before the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array was deactivated, nothing could be seen in this part of the void. It was blocked by the 5 elements energy of the array. Even the 3-star general's flustered and exasperated roar was intentionally released by Yi Xian. Otherwise, the guards in the defensive fortress outside the formation wouldn't have been able to hear it. Because of this, even the 7 supreme masters of the Void Realm who were rushing over had no idea what had happened in the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array. When they arrived and saw how chaotic the situation was, they immediately flew into a rage. Thousands of starry sky overlords, many of whom were in the Grotto Heaven state, joined forces. There were also hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as more than a dozen planetary and stellar warships. In the end, not only were they unable to capture a single black hole stage ant, they were actually crushed by the other party. The entire scene was extremely miserable. This scene was truly too infuriating. If these Void Realm experts really had a fiery temper, they would simply want to slap all of them to death on the spot to vent their anger. Soon, the 3-star general, who had already woken up, was carried over and reported the general situation. What? You ordered the atmospheric passage to be opened? I'll slap you to death. Upon hearing that it was the 3-star general who had ordered the opening of the atmospheric passage, the strongest of the 7, the Genesis realm, was immediately enraged. Boom! At the same time the furious roar rang out, a palm actually slammed down. A huge explosion rang out. Other than the 3-star general who was carried on a stretcher with nearly half of his bones broken, even the 2 military soldiers carrying the stretcher were turned into a bloody pulp by this palm. Trash. A bunch of trash. This kind of peerless genius can even refine a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure private battleship, and he even engraved such a terrifying large-scale killing array on the battleship. Yet you let him go because you fear death. Do you know what this means? So what if he's a genius in refining weapons? So what if he's a genius in refining pills? None of that is important. The most important thing is that he's also a terrifying master of formations. If we can keep this person and make him work for the dynasty, then every warship of our dynasty can be engraved with such a terrifying killing formation. Our combat power will increase by more than 10 times or even 100 times. Every starry sky fortress engraved with such a large-scale killing formation is a super killing weapon. Once the killing formation is activated, it can immediately seal off a part of the void and form a domain inside, creating a killing formation. If we can have 10 or even 100 of these new starry sky fortresses, once spread out in the void battlefield at the same time, the Heaven's Legacy race wouldn't be able to use the same number of starry sky fortresses. They would still be trapped and destroyed. You bunch of trash. You missed such a great opportunity for the overall strength of the dynasty to increase by leaps and bounds. Once that Brad is forced to join the Heaven's Legacy race, this terrifying battleship killing formation system will fall into the enemy's hands, and the entire human race will face a great calamity. You will all be sinners of the human race for all eternity. PFFF. At the end of his speech, this peerless Genesis realm expert actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding starry sky experts were so scared that they began to tremble. Even Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong were no exception. At this moment, they finally realized how monstrous and terrifying that guy called Ling Huchong was. So what if he was a master in both medicine and tools? His most powerful ability was still his formation ability. He actually engraved a killing formation that could cover 100 li of void on a small private battleship. What kind of method was this? This was clearly the rhythm of the three masters of medicine, tools, and arrays. No one had ever done it before, and no one would ever do it again. No wonder this peerless expert with Genesis Realm cultivation base, who was said to be the uncle of the Tianzhan Emperor, was so angry that he spat out blood and even slapped a 3-star general of the Tianqin kingdom to death in front of everyone. Now it seemed that compared to the mess they made, not to mention a 3-star general, if this matter spread to the imperial capital, the immortal emperor might even slap the king of the Tianqin kingdom to death in a fit of rage. At the thought of this, the pale-faced fellows began to tremble even more violently. This time they had truly poked a massive hole in the ground. If the other side had truly been forced to seek refuge with the Heaven's Legacy race, once the imperial court became enraged and decided to settle the score, none of them present would be able to escape. Scram, you bunch of good-for-nothings, scram immediately. Out of sight. Out of mind. Perhaps it was because he had slapped a 3-star general to death and finally spat out that mouthful of blood that was stuck in his chest. But this peerless Genesis Realm existence seemed to have calmed down a little. He coldly swept his gaze over the 1,000 experts trembling in the void, rolled his eyes and waved his hand. As if they had been pardoned, the crowd hurriedly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. It seems that the rise of the human race has truly arrived. Even the peerless genius of the three absolutes of medicine, tool, and array has appeared. Only after these people left did the Genesis Realm elder sigh and say, "Unfortunately, we discovered this too late. Those pieces of trash have already offended the other side. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't have been forced to the point of exposing the void-killing array. But speaking of which, this is a small contribution from those pieces of trash." Humph, if that wasn't the case, this old man wouldn't have let a single one of them go and slapped them all to death. It's useless to say this now. No matter what, this peerless genius cannot be allowed to join the Tianji clan. Immediately contact the Imperial Emperor fleet on the Tianzhan planet and tell them to return immediately after wiping out the zombie army. At the same time, contact the Imperial Court immediately and report this matter. Also, publish it on the Imperial Court's main network. On one hand, ask for reinforcements from the Imperial Court and ask for reinforcements from the 2 fleets on the capital star. On the other hand, disclose this matter and pressure that brat, cutting off any possibility of him joining the enemy. Chapter 3303. Imperial Star Recovery Heaven Battle Planet. In less than 10 days after Yi Xian left, the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng, who was hidden within the entire zombie army, secretly led the entire zombie army. With the fastest speed possible, they covered the entire continent of the Heaven War Planet. All the human cities had fallen into their hands. In just a few short days after Yi Xian's tragic massacre, there were only 2 to 3 million zombies left in the zombie army. The number of zombies once again snowballed, and in the end, it reached more than 40 million. More than 40 million cosmic zombies, a black mass that made one's bone marrow feel cold just by looking at it. Then, before the fleet of the Undying Star arrived, the army of more than 40 million zombies fell into chaos. There seemed to be a huge problem within the army, and all the zombies in the universe started killing and devouring each other. As the zombies began to devour each other, the zombie army that had just reached 40 million started to decrease sharply, and in just 2 days it fell below 10 million. At this time, the 2 large fleets that had rushed over from the Undying Star had finally arrived. The Empire's Recovery Legion, who had been waiting outside the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet for a long time, led the 2 large fleets from the Undying Star through the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet and entered the planet. In the next moment, an earth-shattering energy beam fell from the sky like rain. This scene was too tragic. A large number of space zombies were blasted into pieces by the energy beam, but at the same time, a few battleships were torn apart by the space zombies with their bare hands. Yes, they were torn apart with their bare hands. In just half a month, the space zombie army evolved into a large number of extremely terrifying existences, and some of the space zombies even turned into zombie fortresses. Their bodies were as large as mountains, and when they sat on the ground, they actually had the ability to attack from a distance. When they fired a cannon, a large amount of corrosive liquid wood was out, and once a battleship was hit, it would instantly melt like ice and snow. There were even some space zombies that evolved into terrifying zombie giants. Their bodies were thousands of zhang tall, like a giant mountain peak, and even a normal planet-level battleship was like a small dot in front of them. Although the giant fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were bigger than them, they were obviously not strong enough. These zombie giants rushed into the sky, and with one punch, they could destroy a space fortress. The entire Heaven Battle planet's interior and sky had turned into a tragic battlefield. No one noticed that while the battle was in full swing, in different regions of Heaven Battle planet, there were about 100 space zombies that had deliberately concealed their presence, and even their bodies, and one after another they came out of the atmosphere. These 100 space zombies that had the ability to conceal their presence were the followers that the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had chosen. Before the battle of extermination on Heaven Battle planet had ended, he and these 108 highly evolved space zombies had already left Heaven Battle planet in batches, and had successfully met up on a deserted planet in the distance. At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, who looked no different from a human and didn't have the slightest bit of zombie aura, and even his cultivation was difficult to distinguish, but he vaguely emitted a wisp of aura that made people tremble in fear. He was currently hovering outside the atmosphere of this deserted planet, expressionlessly looking at Heaven Battle planet in the distance. In the end, he let out a cold snort, turned around, and flew towards the vast void in the distance. The 108 space zombies behind him all looked like normal humans, but from their bodies, one couldn't detect the slightest bit of human aura, only an extremely cold and terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, the entire high-level zombie army had completely disappeared. And in the direction they were heading, there was an ordinary planet that belonged to the Heaven Battle Empire, but it was quite far away and relatively remote. That place seemed to have been chosen by this high-level zombie army as their first hunting ground. Rumble, Hong, Awoo, Screech. In the atmosphere of Heaven Battle planet, the battle had already fallen into a one-sided slaughter. As the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng led the 108 highly evolved space zombies to silently retreat, the millions of space zombies left on Heaven Battle planet were like dragons without a leader, and the scales of the battle were tilting more and more. High up in the sky, 200,000 meters in diameter interstellar fortresses stood firmly in the void and didn't participate in the battle. They would only fire a terrifying death ray cannon from time to time, and when it landed in an area where the space zombies were densely packed, a single cannon would be able to wipe out more than 100,000 space zombies. At this time, the entire space zombie army had already been slaughtered to the point where they couldn't even gather together anymore. The earth-shattering cannon fire prevented them from gathering together and stubbornly resisting. There was no more suspense in this battle. Although the entire Heaven Battle planet's interior was riddled with holes from the continuous cannon fire, and it would take a while to repair after the battle. Adding on the fact that before they could fully repair the planet after the battle, they still had to clean up the entire planet's interior, which was very troublesome. But no matter what, Emperor Planet had finally recovered. Just this point alone was enough to make Heaven Battle Emperor Zhang Wuxia happy. At this moment, he was inside one of the 200,000-meter-wide interstellar fortresses. The two interstellar fortresses were the flagships of the two fleets that came from the immortal planet. Although the soldiers and elites in the two fleets were all human, the two fleets belonged to different factions. One belonged to the dynasty's immortal army. The other belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council's Senlon fleet. The dynasty's immortal army's fleet was led by a 3-star general, Kun Binong, and the eldest prince, Long Xiong, was probably there to steal the battle achievements. As for the Federation's Overwatch Council's Senlon fleet, it was led by Yi Xian's old enemy, Deputy Inspector Hong Do Lifeng. This person looked like a middle-aged expert in his 40s or 40s. He had a short beard and long hair, and he was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people a very stable and mature feeling. His cultivation was not bad, and he was slightly stronger than Naples. He was a level 5 mystic light realm existence. Of the 5 deputy inspectors of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Hongdo Lifeng was ranked first, and he was Long Huai's most trusted aide. Looks like this space zombie army is only SOSO. I haven't played to my heart's content, and it's going to end soon. Seeing that the zombie army in the universe had completely collapsed, and the credit was about to be in his hands, the eldest Prince Long Xiang stretched lazily and said this rather bored. Just at this moment, the communications officer on the side rushed over with big strides. His face was full of excitement, and before he even stood still, he had already said loudly, "Lord Prince, Lord General, great news, great news." Chapter 3304. The Gathering of Wind and Clouds inside the Immortal Army's flagship fortress. What? Medicine, weapon, and array arts? There's such a monstrous talent? First Prince Long Xiang's face was filled with shock. Emperor Tianzhan and three-star Admiral Kun Binong's expressions were the same. They were all stunned. I know this Ling Huchong. He should be the young master of the Ling Huchong family. After recovering from his shock, Emperor Tianzhan explained to the first prince and Long Xiang in detail. This person's talent in alchemy is truly terrifying. Previously, during the Medicine King Summit held by the Empire's 16 top gentry clans, there was a Medicine King's tablet taken from the Medicine King's relic. The tablet has 3 stages. Even among the elders of the 16 top gentry clans, only a few of them could pass the first 2 stages, and they barely passed. But this person passed all 3 stages in a short time, and it was perfect. The Medicine King's tablet was refined by him, and recognized him as its master. Now there's new news. He stayed in the Tuoba family's Tianqian branch for more than 10 days. He actually helped the Tuoba family refine another kind of level 10 liquid by himself, including a tube of level 11 liquid. Just this alone is enough to prove his alchemy talent. It's terrifying. That's not much. The key is that his alchemy talent is also monstrous. This person's armor, weapons, and personal worship are all quasi-starry sky treasures, and they were all made by him. The power of the weapons is still unknown. Although he has used them before, he has never used them to kill an enemy. I'm afraid they are not weak. But the battleship is too amazing. It has 2 forms. The first one is the light battleship form that we are familiar with. The second one is a top-level fighter mecha form that is over 30 meters tall. It has a mini death ray cannon and can attack from a distance. Just with this armor, he can even surpass an entire realm to defeat enemies. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is his quasi-starry sky treasure class personal warship. The other powers of this warship are unknown. But one thing is certain. That is, this warship has a large void-killing array system. Previously on the Tianqian planet, the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Longyu family wanted to keep him here. This matter was reported to the Tianqian kingdom, and the king ordered the planet defense array to be shut down to prevent him from leaving. This person actually took out a small private warship on the spot and activated the void-killing array system on the warship. In an instant, thousands of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as thousands of powerhouses, were crushed by this array system without resistance. However, the other party clearly did not have the intention to kill. Otherwise, none of those fellows would have been able to escape. In the end, only a few unlucky fellows died. As for Linghu young master Linghu Chong, he calmly left. "Pa, my brother is so powerful." Without waiting for Emperor Tianzhan to finish, the eldest prince, Long Xiang, slapped his thigh and excitedly continued the conversation. The 3 masters of alchemy, weapons, and array. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Linghu Chong really lives up to the title of a peerless genius. Whether it is alchemy, weapon forging, or array formation, it is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to master any one of them. It depends on luck. But he has the strength of a master in all of them. He is too awesome. From what I see, this Linghu Chong is definitely much more powerful than that invincible god of war in the cultivation camp. No matter how powerful the invincible god of war is, he is only one person after all. But Linghu Chong's 3 masters of alchemy, weapons, and array formation are different. This is a peerless genius that can create a large number of powerhouses and increase the overall strength of our dynasty. Actually, Long Xiang didn't say anything. Although he still couldn't confirm whether the invincible god of war in the cultivation camp was Tian Qianzi or Prince Shen's clone, he still felt that it was the latter. After all, the way they did things was too similar, so Long Xiang had always been hostile towards that invincible god of war. Now, another peerless genius that could compete with the invincible god of war had appeared. As long as he could subdue this person, even if that invincible god of war was really Long Xian's clone, he would have nothing to fear in the future. When they competed, he wouldn't lose to him. Thinking of this, Long Xiang immediately became excited as if he had been injected with steroids. At this time, the battle on the Emperor planet had finally ended, and all the space zombies had been killed. Emperor Tianzhan left behind a few battleships to take care of the cleanup work, then hurriedly returned to the Tianqin starfield. The Empire's immortal army led by First Prince Long Xiang and 3-star General Cubanong, as well as the Federation's Overwatch Council Sinlan fleet led by Hong Do and Lifeng, also followed at the same time, as everything that happened on the Tianqin starfield was publicized on the dynasty's main network. The entire Federation was in an uproar. Not only was the human race's technology camp shocked, but even the cultivation camp was shocked. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation were even more shocked. Another peerless genius had appeared in the human race. Was the human race really going to prosper? Only the Tianji race still didn't do anything. No one knew if they were just observing, or if they had already secretly made a move. While they were shocked, all the major powers started to move. They all sent their elite forces to the Tianqin starfield. The other 13 families who had just left the Heavenly War Kingdom's territory had returned. They had come for the level 10 and level 11 formulas in Ling Huchong's hands. Of course, that included the other half of the Medicine King's inheritance. If they could rope in this new peerless genius, that would be even better. The Bodhi technology, celestial beings, and Shenong genes from the immortal land. The Shenyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Tianming Empire. The Duanmu, Wuma, and Shintu families from the Tianfeng Empire. There were also 4 other families that were idle but could also refine level 8 elixirs. The Huyen family, the Bailey family, the Pengsheng Pharmaceuticals, and the Life Genes. These 13 families and forces, plus the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families that were currently on the Tianqin starfield, were about to reunite again. This time, other than the 16 families, the dynasty also sent a fleet. The Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Federation, even sent a blue fleet. In addition, the Tianfeng Empire and the Tianming Empire each sent a fleet. The entire human race's technology camp was on the move. This wasn't all. It was said that the 2 peerless geniuses from the human race's technology camp, Xiaoyao Zi and Insha Fairy, were also on the move. There were even rumors that the self-cultivator camp was also on the move. In short, the entire third universe of the human race was surging with turbulence. All the powerhouses were gathering in the Tianqin starfield. If it weren't for the fact that the various races of the Federation in the second universe weren't in the same universe, they would most likely also come this time. However, because this matter concerned the future of the human race's surveillance at the wormhole was even stricter. It was to prevent outside forces from infiltrating. Chapter 3305. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 7th Order of the Origin. As soon as the news spread, the other 13 top-notch families and forces in the Imperial Dynasty immediately set off. In order to save time and prevent other forces from getting the upper hand, all the forces spared no expense and used long-distance teleportation formations to hasten their journey. In just 5 days, almost all the forces had arrived. Only the forces that had mobilized a large fleet of warships were still on their way. As they could not directly use long-distance teleportation formations to send their warships, they could at most use wormholes to jump. However, wormholes were not everywhere, so these large fleets were still on their way. The Shenyuan family from the Heavenly Underworld Empire, the Duamu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and Bodhi technology from the Immortal Star of the Imperial Dynasty had already arrived. They were now stationed in various cities on the Heavenly Chun Star. As for the Heavenly Chun Star Empire, it was already overcrowded and could not be accommodated. As soon as the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru arrived, they immediately gathered together and began gossiping. The three girls all had expressions of indignation on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. They felt like they'd been bullied by Yi Xian. This time, when they came with the family team, other than inspecting the effects of the second fusion of the battle armor, as well as delivering the third fusion treasure that they just collected. More importantly, they wanted to continue blackmailing Yi Xian. The three girls were already dissatisfied with just asking him to refine a piece of armor. This time, they had to agree to new conditions. Even if they did not start refining now, they had to agree to them first. This guy is too evil. Sister Ziying, you're so close to him, but you didn't know that he had such a terrifying cultivation in formations. I feel bad for you. Yes or no? I'll definitely help you vent your anger this time. He even hid it from you, Sister Ziying. He doesn't treat you as one of his family. But then again, Elder Sister Ziying's insight is truly amazing. Even though that fellow is a bastard, his monstrous talent is undeniable. Putting aside refining pills and refining weapons, who would have thought that he would be even more amazing in the area of formations? A small private warship was actually able to imprint such a terrifying killing formation system. Once it was activated, the space within a 100-mile radius would be sealed. That's right, that's right. When I arrived, I inquired about some of the people who were present at that time. It was said that when the Great Killing Formation was activated, all kinds of killing energies fell down like dumplings. Even Tuoba Ba Xiong and Gongyang Buhui, who were at the 10th level of the Profound Void Realm, had to cover their heads and run away. Humph, I've known that bastard is a formation master for a long time. When I first met him on the Heavenly River Star, I knew it, but I didn't expect his level of attainment in formations to such a terrifying level. Previously, I thought that he had only engraved a speed formation, an attack formation, a defensive formation, and a concealment formation on the Dongshu shuttles. I didn't expect that he could even engrave the massive formation of the killing formation system. This matter isn't over yet. In any case, this time he has to agree to help each of us refine a shuttle, even if it takes some time. I'm just a little worried about his safety now. At the end, Duanmu Xiaocha suddenly frowned and said with a worried face, I don't know what he's thinking. Why did he have to hide his real identity and use the identity of young Master Linghu? I heard that after the Immortal Army of the Flying Dragon Special Forces and the Blue Fleet of the Hongdo Lifeng returned to the Heavenly Chun Star, they immediately set out to search the entire star field. Once they find him, I'm afraid it won't end well. In their eyes, my idol is a complete nobody. He's an existence that can be easily bullied. But with his violent temper, Sai, please don't fight with him. Yi Xian was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Right now, he was still in the Heavenly Chun Star Field. 5 days ago, after leaving the Heavenly Chun Star Field, Yi Xian took the Dongshu shuttle to an extremely remote star field in the Heavenly Chun Star Field. He found a barren non-life-bearing planet and entered a secluded place to begin his closed-door cultivation. In terms of his physical body and blood energy, he had already reached the 9th realm, the origin level 5. He was about to enter the late stage of this realm. Yi Xian already had the level 10 liquid. As soon as he reached the peak of the origin level 9, he could immediately take a tube of the level 10 liquid and enter the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. As long as he entered the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, he could use the shortest amount of time to accumulate his physical body and blood energy to reach the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. If that was the case, he would be able to break through to the Mystic Light realm after consuming another vial of the level 11 elixir. He would be able to enter the Mystic Light realm. That would make him a true Starry Sky expert. Yi Xian also had the level 11 liquid. This was no longer a dream, and it was not far away. For the first time, Yi Xian truly felt the benefits of using the gene cultivation fluid to break through the genetic evolution path. It was simply too fast and violent. Of course, this was only for him. If it was anyone else, on one hand, it would be difficult to obtain more gene cultivation liquids, and on the other hand, even if they broke through a realm, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the origin level 9. However, Yi Xian felt that since he had an advantage, he had to make good use of it. Putting aside the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm, he had to at least raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Because of this, he did not immediately leave the Heavenly Chun Star. In fact, he did not know where to go at the moment, so he randomly chose a remote star and began his closed-door cultivation. 2 days ago, he had broken through from the origin level 5 to the origin level 6. Now, 3 days had passed, and Yi Xian was breaking through to the origin level 7. Once this period of seclusion ended, he would be able to progress to the origin 7th tier. After that, he would only need to make 2 more minor breakthroughs to reach the pinnacle of the origin 9th tier. Then, he would be able to continue consuming the 10th tier elixir. This was Yi Xian's original plan. He would cultivate until he reached the peak of the origin level 9, then consume a tube of the level 10 liquid to raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. After that, he would decide what to do next. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body and blood energy has increased. Current realm. Origin level 7. Everything went smoothly. After another 3 days of closed-door cultivation, Yi Xian opened his eyes. The familiar system notification sounded in his mind at the right time. He had finally entered the origin level 7. At this time, before the smile on his face could fully bloom, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Wang! Wang! A rapid high-frequency vibration suddenly sounded without warning, and Yi Xian instantly felt his entire body sink. He had been discovered. Chapter 3306. Confinement of the Void. Wang! Wang! Yi Xian was stunned for a moment as the rapid high-frequency vibrations sounded out without any warning. His entire body suddenly sank, and his heart sank as well. There were at least 200,000 meters wide space fortresses. This was definitely not something the heavenly Chun nation could have. If he was not mistaken, the dynasty's fleet from the immortal planet had arrived. It seemed that the commotion this time was not small. Even the immortal army had been alerted. He just did not know who had come. After all, if even a 100,000-meter wide space fortress had been mobilized, the dynasty would definitely have sent an important member to oversee the situation. This is a huge contribution. I don't think the 5 princes will let it go so easily. It would be great if one of them came this time. I can take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a lesson and vent my anger. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He grinned, and faintly felt a little excited. There's also that old bastard Hong Do Lifeng. I left the immortal planet in too much of a hurry and did not have the chance to take care of him. How good would it be if he came this time? The more he thought about this, the more Yi Xian did not want to leave. Even though the other party had completely sealed off the space around the star with the super oscillator on top of the 100,000-meter wide star fortress, even if Yi Xian took out the Dongshu shuttle, he wouldn't be able to escape at an extremely fast speed. Even the teleportation formation and concealment formation of the battleship would be ineffective. For ordinary experts, no matter how strong they would be at a loss when faced with such a situation. However, Yi Xian was different. He did not care at all. If he wanted to leave, he could use his interdimensional jump ability to leave at any time. He could go to the Death Star vortex in the gap between the 2 territories of the human race. He could even jump between universes. In that case, he could directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. However, now that he realized that a dynasty prince had come, Yi Xian's evil sense of humor was also brought out. Those 5 guys were really despicable. As Prince Xian, he could not beat them up too harshly. However, Ling Huchong did not have such concerns. This was a rare opportunity. He did not want to miss it. He decided to stay and have some fun. At the same time, outside the atmosphere of this desolate planet, the immortal legion of the elder Prince Longxiang and the blue fleet of Hongdu Lifeng, the deputy inspector of the Federation, were all there at the moment. Led by 2 space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, hundreds of battleships surrounded the entire planet from all directions. It was actually a coincidence that they were able to discover Yi Xian's hiding place. The immortal army and the Senlan fleet had originally been searching separately. Although they had guessed that Yi Xian was still hiding in the star field, they did not know where he was. Thus, whenever they came across a deserted star, they would immediately sweep through it and monitor for any signs of life. In the end, they really did capture a weak sign of life on this planet. They also confirmed that this expert was in seclusion. Furthermore, his cultivation level should be at the origin realm, which matched Ling Huchong's basic information. Based on the principle that they would rather catch the wrong person than let the wrong person go, Hongdu Lifeng, who discovered this suspicious point, immediately reported this matter. The immortal legion of the elder Prince Longxiang was the first to arrive. In order to prevent the commotion from alerting the enemy and giving him a chance to escape, the two fleets immediately activated the shipborne super oscillator and completely sealed the void around the entire planet. The other fleets of the Heavenly Battle Empire and the Heavenly Qin Nation, as well as the teams of the various top clans, were also rushing over from the Heavenly Qin planet at full speed. Although the Crown Prince Longxiang wanted to take all the credit for himself, he knew how powerful the enemy's quasi-starry sky supreme treasure private warship was. If he didn't surround the entire planet and maintain the sealing effect caused by space oscillation at all times, the enemy would escape as long as he wasn't careful. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he could only choose to gather more battleships and experts. Although this would share some of the credit, as long as he could make Ling Huchong stay and bring him back to the immortal star in the end, the biggest credit would still go to him. Not long after, the fleets and the teams of experts from the 16 top clans from the Heavenly Qin planet all arrived one after another. Except for the large fleets of the Heavenly Dark Empire and the Heavenly Wind Empire that were still on the way and had not arrived in the star field, basically all the forces and teams that had gathered for this matter had all gathered here. Of course, the monarch of the Heavenly Qin Nation and the emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire would not come in person. After all, this kind of thing was a little difficult to show up in public. The emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire's identity was not to be underestimated, so it was not appropriate for him to come in person with such great fanfare. As for the elder Prince Longxiang, his identity was not made public. At least, the officials did not explicitly state that he was in charge of this immortal legion. For a time, nearly 1,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes surrounded this small abandoned planet. This scene was like a helpless little lamb surrounded by a group of ferocious space beasts. No one thought that young Master Ling Huchong, who was hiding in this abandoned planet, could possibly escape. After all, this planet and a large area of the void around it had been confined by the space ripples released by a large number of space oscillators. No matter how powerful his small private warship was, it was impossible for it to ignore the space confinement and teleport away directly. If that was really the case, there was no need for everyone to chase after him. The space technology that the other party had mastered was far beyond the current era. Everyone could just pat their butts and scatter, and it would be useless even if they continued to torment him. When all the fleets and teams of experts arrived and completely blocked this abandoned planet, there was no need to worry that the other party would have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, the elder Prince Longxiang was relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Ling Huchong should have already noticed and may even suspect that we intend to capture him. This is not a good thing. This time we are here to recruit him, not to make enemies. There has already been a misunderstanding before, so it is not good to continue to expand. Therefore, in order to show our sincerity, this prince has decided to personally invite Brother Ling Huchong. You all just need to send some elites to accompany him, just in case." Seeing that the elder prince was going to personally go, everyone's spirits were lifted. In their opinion, even if Ling Huchong was the young master of the Ling Huchong bloodline, the Ling Huchong bloodline was only one of the top families in the Heavenly War Empire. In the face of the elder prince, who was a peerless existence, no matter how unruly Ling Huchong was, it was likely that he would be subdued on the spot and be recruited in one fell swoop. Everyone thought that going with the elder prince this time would be a great opportunity for them to share in the merit for free, so they all asked for permission. In the end, the elder prince made the decision. He also wanted to use this opportunity to win people's hearts and tie the younger generation of the 16 great families and the various great factions to his war chariot. All right, you older generation don't need to fight. Let the younger generation of the various great factions go with this prince. Chapter 3307. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The rhythm of beating the prince soon. The eldest prince led a group of young people from the 16 top clans on a planetary warship. Like a small boat on a raging wave, they charged through the abandoned planet's atmosphere and entered the planet. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. As for the other top-notch clans, although most of their previous successors had already met with mishaps, now that there was a new batch of people taking over, they were eager to show off their prowess. Thus, they were all extremely agitated and followed behind the first prince, almost howling like wolves. Apart from that, there were also some young people from the top clans who followed along. For example, the Heavenly Battle Empire's Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng and the Heavenly Chun Nation's Crown Prince Su Biqing. Naturally, they would not let go of such an opportunity. On one hand, they could show their faces to the entire human race. On the other hand, they could build a relationship with the eldest Prince Longxiang. They could even familiarize themselves with the peerless genius young master Linghu who was about to surrender to the dynasty. Why not? Under the lead of the first prince of the dynasty, Longxiang, a total of dozens of young people from the top aristocratic families boarded a planetary-level battleship. After entering the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, they directly headed toward the northern region where the Wisp of Life aura was located, heading straight for the northern region. The northern region of the planet had already finished cultivating. Yi Xian, whose physical body and blood cultivation had reached the 9th realm, origin rank 7, had been waiting for a long time. He was not in a hurry because he knew that the other party was more anxious than him. He only wanted to use this opportunity to teach the dynasty prince and Hongdou Lifeng a lesson. However, the other party was different. They had a strong motive. They must have taken a fancy to his terrifying formation skills and wanted to recruit him. To put it a little arrogantly, this time Yi Xian completely controlled the initiative. As long as he wanted to, he could definitely lead the other party by the nose this time. Although the other side had more people, they seemed to have the absolute advantage, and even the entire abandoned planet was imprisoned in the void. In their opinion, perhaps the initiative was on their side, because Yi Xian was already fighting like a trapped beast and couldn't escape this calamity. But Yi Xian knew his own business. His heart was as clear as a mirror, and he was not anxious at all. The only thing he was worried about was whether Hongdou Lifeng had come or not. Also, was the royal powerhouse who came with the dynasty's immortal army one of the 5 princes? If he was disappointed in both of these aspects, then Yi Xian would find it boring. He would lose interest in staying behind to play with this bunch of bastards. If he lost interest, it would not be exciting. However, his worries soon disappeared because a planet-level warship that was 1,000 meters long had already passed through the atmosphere and landed on the northern ice plains of the planet in front of him. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He really wanted to see those familiar faces. If none of them came, Yi Xian felt that he would be depressed. In the end, he grinned. This was because the first prince had led a group of young prodigies from various factions out of the planetary-level battleship's cabin. There were indeed many familiar faces among them. For example, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. They were grinning at Yi Xian. Seeing these 3 girls, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. Even if he used his heels to think, he would still be able to guess the thoughts of these 3 girls. Damn it, they were still haunting him. This time, he was afraid that these 3 girls would ruthlessly take advantage of him again. Otherwise, once they revealed their true identities, this matter would really become lively. At that time, Yi Xian, who was using the identity of Prince Xian, would be completely put in a spot when faced with such a huge army of enlistment. He would not know how to end this. Sigh. I really owed them in my previous life. After realizing that he had been pinched by the first prince and could not do anything to those 3 girls, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. Although he had accepted his fate, the anger in his heart also rose because of this. Of course, the target could not possibly be the 3 girls from the Purplish Warbler. He did not dare to do so. Thus, when the first prince's figure entered his line of sight, Yi Xian's eyes instantly turned green. He was like a mad wolf that had been starving for half a month. He could not wait to devour someone. Other than the 3 girls from the Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, there were a few other familiar faces. After all, during the last exploration of the Medicine King's relics, not all of the younger generation of the 16 great clans had perished or met with mishaps. This time, half of the 16 great clans' successors were old faces, while the other half were newcomers. Yi Xian did not recognize any of these newcomers and did not intend to pay them any attention. However, the group of old people nodded politely when they saw him. After all, they had interacted with Yi Xian in the past. They were not like Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, who had offended him. Thus, when they greeted him with smiles, Yi Xian could not directly fall out with them. As such, he could only vent his anger on the newcomers. Among them, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chun Kingdom, Su Biqing, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, were clearly more eye-catching. The two of them followed behind the first prince, Long Xiang. Furthermore, their cultivation was also relatively strong. They had both reached the origin stage. What surprised Yi Xian was that Long Xiang's cultivation had also reached the origin stage 4th level after not seeing him for a while. He was only a few levels away from Yi Xian. However, although his cultivation was slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, his status as the first prince of the dynasty was still there. Long Xiang's sense of superiority was clearly very strong. In his opinion, as the first prince, being able to personally come over to recruit Ling Huchong was already giving him a lot of face. No matter how unruly Ling Huchong was, that was only on the level of the empire. In front of the first prince, who came from the imperial capital, he was half a level lower and most likely would not be able to get his head up high. Therefore, when he led the prodigies of the various major factions out of the planetary-level warship's cabin and landed on the ground, he immediately raised his hand and signaled for the other prodigies of the various major factions to stop. With a serious expression, he said, "Brother Ling Hu is very nervous now. After all, there are too many of us here. In addition, with the invisible aura of this prince and the impenetrable encirclement outside, he's the only one who's brave enough to hold on. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted from fright. So all of you stop and don't follow me. Just let this prince bring Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing over. This prince has condescended, and he will definitely be grateful to Ling Ti. In just a few words, he will follow this prince back. Don't worry, we're all good brothers. In the future, when this prince is in charge, all of you will have to follow me and do your best. This credit will be given to all of you. This prince will personally take care of this matter. Everyone who comes, don't miss a single word of your name in the book of contributions." When they heard this, the group of young geniuses from the various powers instantly became excited and started shouting. Only Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru looked at each other. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were extremely excited in their hearts. Chapter 3308. Feel is different. Brother Ling Hu, I've heard so much about you. Ha ha ha. You might not know who I am, but it doesn't matter. I am Long Xiang, the first prince of the empire. You should have heard of me, right? Don't be agitated. Calm down, you must calm down. This prince has always been low-key and approachable. I have a strong premonition that we will become very good friends. Behind him was the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chun Kingdom, Su Biqing. The first prince, Long Xiang, had his hands clasped behind his back as he walked towards Yi Xian. In his opinion, after he told Ling Huchong about his background and identity, the shocked Ling Huchong would fall to the ground immediately. He would be terrified at first, but he would be convinced by his amiable words. As the first prince of the imperial court, he actually said that he had a strong premonition that they would definitely become good friends. This was bending over backwards to befriend him. The other party would definitely be wild with joy. At this time, he couldn't be arrogant. He had to be friendly and approachable. He had to help him up and say to him with a choked voice, "Good brother, I finally found you. From now on, we won't be apart and we'll fight together." And so on and so forth. If there were no accidents, this unruly Ling Huchong would be his man of sacrifice in just a short while. With this beautiful hope, the first prince's smile grew even more radiant, making him seem even more approachable. This scene made the young elites of the various powers and clans sigh in amazement. The Crown Prince was indeed the Crown Prince. Coming from the immortal star of the imperial capital, he was on a completely different level. In comparison, the Crown Prince Zhan Lingfeng and the Crown Prince of the Tianqin Kingdom, Su Biqing, paled in comparison. They were like the Crown Prince's followers, completely lacking in brilliance. Only the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. They shook their heads slightly and hid at the back, sighing inwardly. Sigh! What a tragedy! If you don't seek death, you won't die. This young lady finally understands the true meaning of this sentence. Big bastard. This place is going to shake the entire human clan again. He really won't stop. Wherever he is, there will be a storm. He alone is the condensed version of the entire Jianghu. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Prince, the first prince? Are you the crown prince of the empire, Longxiang? At this time, the first prince, Longxiang, was walking as he spoke. He had already stopped 3 zhang away from Yixian. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Linghu's face was filled with shock. At first, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then his expression became incomparably excited. His breathing quickened as he roared loudly to confirm Longxiang's identity. This scene made Longxiang very satisfied. Behind him, the crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhan Lingfeng, and the crown prince of the Heavenly Chun country, Su Biqing, also flew into the air with smiles on their faces. Humph! It seems that I have overestimated this little brat. Once he heard that the first prince of the empire had personally come, he was so excited that he almost knelt down and cried. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. He has never seen the world, so he can't keep calm. Looking at his mental state, he was only competing with the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Changyu family. If he really met someone with a strong background, not to mention the first prince of the empire, even the crown prince of the Heavenly Qin country would be enough to make him dizzy. That's right, it is this prince. I guarantee it. Could it be that you don't believe me? Although this is a little unbelievable, but it is the truth. Facing Yi Xian's incomparably excited expression, the first prince, Longxiang, was extremely satisfied. The vanity in his heart had been greatly satisfied. At this time, he was floating in the air. With a kind smile on his face, Longxiang waved at Yi Xian and said in an amiable manner, Come, come, come. I told you not to be so excited. Look at how excited you are. Come here. Don't doubt your life. Surprises come so easily. Remember, we are brothers in the future. This prince will allow you to come closer and confirm my identity. But let me say this first. Don't get too excited. This prince is very approachable. As these words were spoken, Ling Huchong, who was about 10 meters away, seemed to have been possessed. His eyes were dull, and his expression was wooden. However, his breathing was rapid, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited. With a trace of timidity and yearning, he slowly walked towards Longxiang. The first prince began to sigh inwardly. A country bumpkin will be a country bumpkin. This prince had only told him his identity, and he was already so excited. It seemed that he had overestimated this kid's mental endurance. But this was also good. When he came closer and confirmed his identity, Longxiang would have to act more amiable. It would be best if he immediately bent down and helped him up. Then he would grit his teeth and squeeze out 2 drops of tears. He would choke and say, Brother, I've finally found you. This way, this kid would definitely be loyal to me in the future. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Longxiang's smile became even brighter. He felt like he was floating. At this time, Yi Xian finally walked in front of him and stood a step away. Then, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Pa! 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 Before Longxiang could react, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of him, raised his hand and began to slap Longxiang's ears. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths, more than 10 slaps had landed on Longxiang's ears. Longxiang was completely stunned. He spun in circles on the spot, seeing stars in front of his eyes. Yi Xian, on the other hand, finally stopped after a dozen slaps. His face was filled with excitement as he lowered his head to look at his right hand that had just slapped his ears. He actually choked with sobs as he muttered to himself, That's right, he's definitely a prince from the imperial court. Even his big ears were exceptionally loud. This feeling, ugh, it's unprecedented. Bang bang, bang, bang. following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's choked words, the dozens of successors from the various large powers and top-notch families that didn't follow him fell like dumplings on the spot. Even the mentally prepared purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were shocked. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. At this time, Yi Xian, who was choking with emotion, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chen Empire, Su Biqing, who were behind Long Xiang. His expression was extremely excited, and his eyes were about to burst out with a green light. He asked with a trembling voice, "You two are also princes? Huh? No, no, no. No, we are followers." Chapter 3309. A Wu lackey? AI, this is too disappointing. This young master thought that he would be able to experience the different sensations of different princes today. Hearing Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing's words, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The right hand that he had been about to raise seemed to drop. Seeing this, Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing, who were still in a daze from the previous scene, subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. They had thought that they had finally escaped this calamity. Unfortunately, this was all just wishful thinking. Without waiting for the two to let out a sigh of relief, Yi Xian, who had lowered his right hand halfway, suddenly raised it again and slapped them in the face. Pa! Pa! Pa pa pa. Without waiting for the two to recover, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of them, raised his hand and slapped them again. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than a dozen large slaps had been delivered. Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing were also struck senseless. Like the first Prince Long Xiang, who had not yet stopped, they began to spin in circles, seeing stars in front of them. Only now did Yi Xian withdraw his hand. He looked at his right palm and foolishly grinned. He muttered to himself in satisfaction, "A prince is a prince. Even his followers are different from the rest. This feeling is also unprecedented. It's so *king satisfying. Peng dong! Peng dong!" Following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's foolish words, the dozens of people from the various factions and top-notch clans in the distance, who had managed to withstand the first wave of attacks, were completely knocked over. Looking around, besides the dumbfounded purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, no one was able to stand properly. A woo! A woo, a woo, a woo. Bang! Bang! Only at this moment did the first Prince Long Xiang's mournful howls suddenly rang out. Those who heard it would shed tears, and those who heard it would be heartbroken. Large amounts of black clouds were attracted to the sky by his howls, as if a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Long Xiang's entire face had turned into a pig's head. It was so swollen that no one dared to look at it directly. Then, before Long Xiang could finish his howling, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chen Empire, Su Biqing, also started howling. They weren't any better. Their faces were also swollen like pigs. Even if their father were to look at them for a long time, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Yi Xian did not continue to attack. He knew that things would get interesting today. It was just the beginning, so there was no need to rush. These 3 fellows couldn't be whipped anymore, at least not before they recovered. Otherwise, if they were to be whipped a few more times, they would be whipped to death, and the rest of the game would be meaningless. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't attack them again, the dozens of descendants from the various top clans and powers finally regained their senses. They crawled up from behind and shot forward like arrows. They didn't dare to say anything to Yi Xian. They all shrunk their necks and helped Long Xiang and the other 2 escape towards the planetary-level battleship that had stopped in space. After a while, everyone entered the battleship. Then, the battleship spun around and rushed into the atmosphere as if it was escaping, disappearing directly. Outside the atmosphere, thousands of battleships of different sizes were waiting quietly. In their opinion, with the Crown Prince Long Xiang personally coming to recruit Ling Huchong, there was no suspense. After all, Ling Huchong was just a country bumpkin. Once he heard that the Crown Prince was here, wouldn't he immediately kneel down? In fact, everyone thought that the first prince wanted to use this opportunity to win people over. Perhaps he would say some words that were not suitable to be spread. Therefore, no one spied on him. That would offend the first prince, so there was no need to do so. Thus, ever since the first prince and the others entered the atmosphere of the planetary-level warship, no one had spied on what had happened inside. Naturally, no one knew what had transpired after that. It was only now that the 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship roared out of the atmosphere that everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone was instantly excited. The Crown Prince was indeed the Crown Prince. Once he made a move, it was extraordinary. Seeing that the planetary-level battleship rushed out of the atmosphere so quickly, everyone sighed. The Crown Prince's methods were indeed extraordinary. In such a short time, he had made the arrogant and unruly Ling Huchong bow down to him. It was so fast that no one was mentally prepared for it. With this thought in mind, everyone's faces piled on flattering smiles. As soon as the Crown Prince walked out of the planetary-level battleship, they would immediately sing his praises. After all, of the three absolutes of medicine, tool, and formation, young Master Linghu, who was known as the second most outstanding genius of the human race, was not to be underestimated. Once the imperial court obtained his help, it would be a matter of time before their overall combat strength would increase several-fold. On the other hand, although the cultivator camp had an undefeatable war god of the same level, he was still alone. His value was not reflected in the same way as young Master Linghu. From this perspective, the Crown Prince's success in recruiting young Master Linghu was simply incalculable. Perhaps after this battle, the immortal emperor's position would be more or less confirmed. Unexpectedly, when the battleship approached and the cabin door opened, before the Crown Prince could appear, the first thing that came out was the howling of wolves. "Awoo! Awoo!" The Starry Sky experts waiting outside trembled in fear. Three-star General Cubanong and Hongdo Liefeng's expressions changed as they quickly went to welcome the Crown Prince. At this time, a group of several dozen young elites from various factions and top-notch clans walked out, escorting three pig-headed clansmen. However, the Crown Prince was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's expression changed as they realized that something had happened. Kun Binong and Hong Do Lifeng were the most anxious. They rushed forward and ignored the three pig-headed clansmen. Instead, they turned to Shenyuan Ziying and the other young elites from the various factions and clans and began to berate them. "Why are you the only ones back? You even brought three pig-headed clansmen with you. Are the other races of the Second Universe Federation here as well? He actually made his move before we did. What exactly happened down there? That's not important. The important thing is, where is His Highness the Crown Prince? And the Empire's Crown Prince Zhan Lingfeng and Heavenly Chen's Crown Prince Su Biqing? Where did the three of them go? Awoo! Awoo!" Just as Cubanong and Hongdo Lifeng finished speaking, the howling of wolves immediately began again. The three pig-headed clansmen who were surrounded by the young elites from various factions and top-notch clans looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were extremely agitated, and if not for the people beside them holding them back, they would have charged forward to fight Cubanong and Hongdo Lifeng to the death. Chapter 33:10. The Emperor's order: kill him. You must kill him. Awoo! This prince must kill him. Awoo! What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the first prince's order? That guy deserves to die. Awoo! Around them, countless masters of the Starry Sky race wore strange expressions as they stared blankly at the three pig-headed clansmen in the middle of the crowd, not even daring to breathe loudly. On the other hand, the three pig-headed clansmen were incomparably excited. Their mouths were howling like pigs being slaughtered, one after another. The three of them were Long Xiong, Zhan Lingfeng, and Su Biqing. They were the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chun Kingdom, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, and the First Prince of the Immortal Dynasty. But now they had all become members of the Pig-Head clan. Their target, Yixian, had each given them a dozen slaps, directly turning them into pig heads. No one would have thought that Yixian would be so cruel. This guy is simply crazy. That was the consensus of all the Starry Sky cultivators. So, with the return of the first prince, Long Xiong, and the others, the follow-up actions were temporarily stopped. Facing such a crazy person, anyone would be nervous. The key was that this person was too important, and they couldn't kill him, so they would be in a passive position. Very soon, amidst the howls of the first prince, Long Xiong, and the other two princes, the younger generation of the various major powers and top-notch clans who were in a daze recounted the events that had transpired. The Starry Sky cultivators were originally a little confused, but when they heard that Ling Huchong slapped the first prince's ears without saying anything, he even said that the feeling was different. That was too arrogant, too much. You've gone too far. The Immortal Army's commander, Cubanong, was furious. He immediately wanted to send troops to attack Yixin, shouting that he would destroy the entire star. The first prince, Long Xiong, had followed him to the heavenly Chun galaxy. Now that he was in such a big trouble, his face was so swollen that it could be compared to the pig-head clans. If he didn't give a proper explanation, he would be in for it later. So, Cubanong had no choice but to push a duck onto a perch. He had to make Ling Huchong pay the price for this. This matter is indeed too much. That brat is arrogant and unruly. It seems that it won't be so easy to recruit him. Besides, we can't sit idly by and watch the prince humiliate him. This matter can't be settled peacefully. In comparison, the Blue Fleet's commander, Hong Do Laifeng, who represented the Federation's Overwatch Council, was much calmer. But even so, he didn't dare to offend the first prince. Although he wanted to comfort him, he didn't dare to say too much. After all, this is the heavenly battle galaxy, and the Emperor is the ruler of this galaxy. No matter how angry we are, we can't do anything about it. I believe the Emperor won't just sit by and do nothing. Furthermore, if something really does go wrong in the end, with the Emperor's order, the first prince can. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He clearly wanted to pick him out. If he was the one who gave the order to launch an all-out attack, he was afraid that if something went wrong, he would be the one to carry the burden. But if this matter was given to the Emperor, no matter how big the mess was, there would be someone else to hold it up. It had nothing to do with him. The elites of the various factions present were all smart people. They all understood the meaning behind this. Immediately, many people puckered their lips in secret, while the gazes they shot at Hong Do Laifeng were filled with disdain. Shen Yuanzing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru even rolled their eyes because they felt displeased no matter how they looked at this old fellow, because he was truly too sinister. If the Emperor really gave the order to attack, wouldn't Yixin in the atmosphere of the galaxy be in danger? Emperor Tianzhan was naturally reluctant to talk about this matter, but now that the old geezer had instigated the first prince, Long Xiong, to bring it up, Emperor Tianzhan couldn't turn a blind eye to it even if he wanted to. Bastard! Humph! How dare you trick my idol? Just you wait. I'll report you to the Emperor. Not everyone can provoke a bastard. Old man, you actually dared to stab us in the back. This time you've taken the bait. The three girls' faces were full of displeasure. They muttered to each other in a voice that only they could hear. Looking at each other, they had already privately sentenced Hongdo Laifeng to death. Zhan Lingfeng, what do you say? First Prince Long Xiong clearly agreed with Hongdo Laifeng's suggestion. He immediately looked at Zhan Lingfeng, who was also swollen like a pig, and roared like thunder. Your Highness, leave this matter to me. This is a test. Whether I'm your father or not, it all depends on this. Zhan Lingfeng was also full of resentment. There was no need for Long Xiong to pressure him. He gritted his teeth and opened the star net communication. Then, there was a mournful cry that made all the Starry Sky elites collapse on the spot. Father. There was no suspense in the final result. Although Emperor Tianzhan did not express his opinion on the spot, for extremely powerful elites of the heavenly stellar planet arrived 4 hours later. No one knew whether this was Emperor Tianzhan Wuxia's personal decision or the result after he reported it to the Empire. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the 4 elites sent by Emperor Tianzhan Wuxia were going to attack young Master Linghu on this abandoned planet. The 4 old men were all existences of the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. They came with the Emperor's decree. Their cultivation bases were only 1 step away from the 13th realm, Genesis realm. As for Linghu, young master Linghu Chong, according to the latest information, which was obtained after the first prince and the others came into close contact with him and suffered a dozen slaps in the face, his cultivation base was the 9th realm, origin rank 7. The 9th realm, origin rank 7, against the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. What kind of concept was this? The difference of 3 realms was more than that. To be more precise, it was 3 realms plus 2 small realms. With such a terrifying difference in cultivation bases, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if only one of these existences was dispatched, young Master Linghu was destined to be completely crushed. There was no suspense. This was a one-sided massacre. No, it was not just a massacre. The disparity in strength was so great that the latter had an overwhelming advantage over Ling Hucheng's life and death. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. If he did not want him to die, Ling Hucheng would not be able to self-destruct even if he wanted to. Chapter 33:11. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Zhan clan, the 4 supreme existences at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9, attacked at the same time. They rushed into the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, intending to attack Yixin, who was only at the origin level 7 of the 9th Great Realm. Seeing this, all the Starry Sky powerhouses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now, no matter how monstrous that young Master Linghu was, he was helpless. Even if he summoned that quasi-Starry Sky treasure-level private warship with a shipboard killing system, it would be useless. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were so angry that their eyebrows were raised. They wished they could slap these 4 shameless old men to death. However, they did not have the strength to do so, and they did not dare to show too much of their resentment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion, which would be even more unfavorable to Yixin. He had his own reasons for wanting to hide his true identity. Although the 3 girls did not understand, they would not make a decision on their own and cause trouble for him. More importantly, they had confidence in Yixin. Even if these 4 shameless old bastards joined forces, they still believed that Yixin could resolve the crisis. At the very least, he could always escape. Thinking of this, little girl Chua was relieved and was no longer so worried. The 4 old men who attacked this time were at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9. They were the top experts of the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. Even the current Emperor Heavenly War, Zhan Wuxia, had to call them his uncles. Of course, these 4 people were not the strongest in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. In fact, even their junior Emperor Heavenly War, Zhan Wuxia, had reached the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9, which was equivalent to their strength. There were still stronger existences in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. However, it was already very generous of the Emperor Zhan Wuxia to send out these 4 uncles who were on par with him. After all, he was only dealing with an ant in the 9th realm, the origin 7th order. Any one of the 4 would be able to crush him. Now that they were working together, there was no suspense at all. Very few people knew the name of this old man, but because he was one of the elders of the Heavenly War Empire and appeared the most frequently in the Empire's affairs, over time, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire affectionately called him Zhan 1, Zhan 2, Zhan 3, and Zhan 4. Although the 4 of them were origin level 9 of the Void Realm level 9, because of their different cultivation techniques, they all had their own strengths. Zhan Yi was the most domineering. The martial art he cultivated was a kind of boundless slaughter mantra. He possessed 3 types of slaughter divine abilities: Heaven Illusion Earth Slaughter, Heaven Exterminating Slaughter, and Boundless Slaughter. War 2 was a sword cultivator. Over the years, he had condensed 9 sword talismans: the Origin Sword Talisman, the Life Sword Talisman, the Death Sword Talisman, the Thunder Sword Talisman, the Illusion Sword Talisman, the Lightning Sword Talisman, the Fire Sword Talisman, the Slaughter Sword Talisman, the God Sword Talisman, and so on. As for War 3, he was an expert in the Bloodline technique. His technique was called the 3 Dragon Snake Transformations: the Flood Dragon Transformation, the Giant Dragon Transformation, and the Thunder Dragon Transformation. War 4 had encountered an extraterrestrial demon during his cultivation and had a close shave with death. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. He accidentally comprehended the life and death chi and cultivated the life and death Tao formula. He turned into the yin-yang face and the life and death body. He was the most mysterious among the four of them. At this moment, the four Void Realm old monsters rushed into the interior of this abandoned planet at the same time. They immediately took up positions in four directions in the northern ice field of the Star Realm, surrounding Yi Xian, who was standing in the center of the ice field with a sneer. "Kid, you can't escape today. I advise you to stop resisting so that you won't suffer more pain. You're too conceited. Indeed, since ancient times, there are very few young people like you who have such monstrous talent in the three fields of medicine, equipment, and array. But remember, you haven't grown up yet. No matter how monstrous a talent you are, if you can't grow up, you will eventually be annihilated in the long river of time and forgotten by history. The Celestial Emperor loves talents and can't bear to see you die so early, so he asked the four of us to come. At the same time, the four of us also admire you. Now, we'll give you a chance. As long as you immediately swear a Tao oath in front of the four of us to be loyal to the Zhan clan of the Heaven Battle Empire, we'll spare your life today. Furthermore, from now on, my Zhan clan will fully support your growth. The entire Heavenly Battle Empire will be your support. Your path to growth will be smooth sailing, and you won't have to worry about dying before you've fully matured. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. Whether it's the Celestial Emperor of Heaven Battle or the four of us, we don't often have this kind of kindness. Don't make a mistake. You must seize this rare opportunity. Bah! After the four old men finished speaking, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and directly spat loudly. Then, he sneered and ridiculed. What is the Zhan clan? Just now, there was a guy who claimed to be the first prince of the Heaven Battle Empire who came to recruit me. Is the Immortal Dynasty not better than your Heaven Battle Empire? You don't even put this young master in your eyes, slapping him in the face. What are you four dogs worth? Also, the prince of the Immortal Dynasty just came to recruit me, and you four bastards immediately ran over, saying that you represent the Zhan clan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, and asked this young master to swear a Tao oath in front of you, that I will be loyal to your Zhan clan. This young master wants to know one thing. Does the Immortal Dynasty know what you're doing? If they don't know, isn't this the same as deceiving the Emperor? If this young master goes out and spreads what you just said, how many days do you think the so-called Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire will be able to live freely? Bold thief, you dare to sow discord. When have we ever been disloyal to the Heaven Battle Empire? It seems that we can't let you live today. That's right. This kid harbors ill intentions. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, his heart is too wicked. Today we have no choice but to kill him here. I presume that he has left behind some jade slips related to the three ultimate techniques of medicine, tools, and formations. The effects will be the same if we seize it. Humph, do you really think that you can look down on the world with a top-level battle armor and a small private battleship engraved with a void-killing array? Today, the four of us will teach you how to behave. Why talk nonsense with him? He's just a little ant. Just kill him. Seeing that not only did Yi Xian not appreciate their kindness, but he even mocked them coldly and threatened to announce what they had just said. The four old fellows were instantly enraged and their killing intent rose. At the same time, a monstrous aura roared out from the bodies of the four old things. For supreme existences at the pinnacle of the ninth step of the void had joined hands to deal with a junior at the seventh step of the origin. At this moment, they had actually unleashed their full cultivation. It was clear that they were determined to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. Chapter 33:12. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Yi Xian went berserk. You're just three shameless old men. What right do you have to scold this young master? Aren't you just relying on your superior numbers and powerful cultivation? This young master would like to see if you have the ability to suppress this young master today. Before the four old men could finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glass armor and directly entered the second mecha state. Moreover, the withered demon bloodblade was also summoned. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious-looking blood-black demonic blade with monstrous flames. It was nearly 10 feet long, about the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. An incomparably ferocious, murderous aura instantly spread out. This was the first time the four old men had seen such a scene. It was too mighty. The giant mecha was 10 feet tall, and the ferocious demonic blade was 10 feet long. The two were perfectly blended together, and the momentum was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, the four old men were shocked, and their murderous intent grew even stronger. Heaven Illusion Kill, Death Sword Talisman, Thunder Dragon Transformation, Wither and Glory Dual Evils Wither Sky Dome. As the murderous intent rose in their hearts, the four shameless old men summoned their trump cards at the same time. With a roar, their figures flashed, and endless murderous power rolled toward Yixin from 4 different directions at the same time. On the east side, Zhang Yi summoned one of the 3 killing techniques of the Limitless Slaughter Mantra, the Heaven Illusion Kill. As a terrifying energy that overturned the sky and earth surged out from his body, that part of the sky turned into a murderous cage. The strong wind was endless, and it covered Yixin from head to toe. On the west side, Zhang Tu summoned one of the 9 sword talismans, the Death Sword Talisman. The endless murderous aura that surged out from his body drew in the sharp metal power of heaven and earth, and turned into a killing heavenly blade that was 500 feet long. It shone with a boundless golden light, and with an incomparably sharp momentum, it slashed toward Yixin. In the southern region, Zhang San had activated one of the 3 great abilities of the Dragon Snake's 3 transformations bloodline, the Thunder Dragon Transformation. His entire body transformed into a lightning dragon that was nearly 3,000 meters long. His entire body was wrapped in a boundless lightning aura, and lightning exploded as he roared and bit towards Yixin. In the northern region, the most mysterious of the 4, Zhang Si, stood in place. He didn't make any big movements, but just waved his hand casually. In an instant, he melted an endless ice sheet in the northern region of the ice field. Under the ice sheet, a large number of icy creatures and ferocious beasts that were originally hidden under the ice sheet were revealed. At this moment, the vitality of these endless ice beasts seemed to have been sucked out of their bodies in an instant, and they turned into dry bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, in less than half an instant, countless dry bones of the ice-field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together, condensing into a white-bone withered demon beast that was 10,000 feet long. With a monstrous withered demon aura, it seemed to want to devour all the vitality between heaven and earth, and it rushed toward Yixin. The 4 supreme existences of the 9th level of the Void Realm Perfection stage all attacked at the same time. They used the magical powers that they were best at, whistling toward Yixin from 4 different directions. This scene was so shocking that even Yixin felt a sense of trepidation in an instant. He had no doubt that if these 4 terrifying magical powers and techniques hit him at the same time, or even if it was only one of them, even if he had the protection of the indestructible glass armor, the final result would still be the same. Perhaps the full force of these 4 old fellows wouldn't be able to destroy the quasi-starry sky treasure indestructible glass armor, but Yixin, who was inside the armor, was too weak after all, and was 3 whole realms away from them. In this kind of situation, even if the indestructible glass armor was undamaged, it was extremely likely that Yixin would be forcefully shaken to death within the armor. Back then, hadn't he also used the Thunder Emperor seal to kill that powerful core member of the Tianji clan using this method? Thinking of this, Yixin did not hesitate. He immediately put away the withered demon blood blade that he had just summoned. He had indeed planned to fight to his heart's content with these 4 old guys, but now, it seemed that he had been too confident in himself. Although he had the terrifying ability to fight above his level, at most, he could only fight above 1 realm. If the cultivation gap between him and his enemy was 2 realms, Yixin had no chance at all with his own strength and foundation. After all, he wasn't a devouring avatar. That fellow had an innate crystal body, and the strength of his body was frighteningly high. Innate, he was already in an invincible position. In this regard, Yixin, who hadn't fully evolved his physical body, would never be able to compare to him. Of course, although the doppelganger was strong, Yixin was not weak either. They both had their own strengths. Unfortunately, Yixin's main body could not use some of the divine abilities that he was proficient in at the moment, such as the fallen sky bow and the Rai D seal. Once these supreme techniques and bloodline divine abilities were used, his identity would be exposed immediately. Then, there was no need to use them at all. Rather than that, it would be better to directly activate the planar coordinate jump ability and escape. He could leave this place with a single thought and appear in the Death Star vortex in the gap between the territories of the two great factions of the human race. But Yi Xian was unwilling to leave. He was unwilling. If he escaped this time, unless he completely abandoned his identity as young Master Linghu in the future, once he appeared again, all the powerful factions and powerful families of the human race in the third universe would immediately rush over like flies that had smelled the scent. They would quickly surround and hunt him down again. Although these guys were disgusting flies, Yi Xian did not think of himself as a stinking egg. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to beat all of them so that they would not dare to chase after him with such a mentality of absolute suppression. And to achieve this, everything had to start from today's battle. If he successfully counterattacked and defeated these 4 shameless old void monsters in this battle, then even if there were still those who were unwilling to give up and secretly coveted him in the future, at least they would not be as brazen as they were now. In short, killing might was something that was forcefully built up by relying on countless bones and endless deaths. If one didn't want to be bullied by others, if one wanted to be free and unfettered, and not be casually harassed, then the only way out was only one word, and that was, kill. You 4 shameless old flies. Do you really think this young master is a soft persimmon that you can knead as you please? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, whose anger had been completely ignited, raised his head and roared. He had decided to completely throw caution to the wind today. In order to roam the third universe with the identity of young Master Linghu in the future, and in the process of searching for all kinds of follow-up gene fluids, Yi Xian was going to start a massacre today. He was going to beat these shameless guys until they were afraid. Since he was going to make a scene, he might as well make it big. As he raised his head and roared, Yi Xian's eyes were already blood-red. This was the rhythm of a complete rampage. He rarely appeared in this state after entering the starry sky, but as soon as he broke out today, he could not stop. Today, the 4 of you, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Show! Chapter 33:13. Cauldron Soar, you 4. Even if you don't die today, you'll still lose a layer of skin. Show! Amidst his furious roar, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Following an incomparably ear-piercing sound, a green light was suddenly thrown out by Yi Xian. This green light was actually the farmer god cauldron in his knowledge sea. Of course, Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle that came with the cauldron. Just the cauldron alone was enough to make people jealous. In any case, he was only using it to suppress his opponents. There was no need to use the farmer god pestle. Yi Xian didn't plan to use this pair of primordial treasures together. That would be too obvious. Even a fool would know what it meant. And as long as Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle, even if everyone knew that he had already refined and collected the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the tablet didn't show the farmer god pestle's original appearance, so no one would think of that. The reason why Yi Xian decided to use the farmer god cauldron now was because he had no other choice. Linghu Chong was known as the peerless genius of the alchemy, crafting, and array arts masters. Now, he was a supreme treasure in the eyes of the major forces. His identity was only the young master of a fallen family. Could be said that he didn't have any backing. Everyone thought that he was a soft persimmon and wanted to reach out and pinch him. Although his armor was freakish and his small private battleship was equipped with a huge killing array, these methods could be used to deal with some Void Realm Starry Sky Masters. Once he faced the 13th Realm Genesis Realm or the 14th Realm Cosmic Light Masters, they were basically no deterrent. Therefore, if Yi Xian still planned to use this identity to travel through the third universe, he would have to display a new method of deterrence. Even the primordial domain of the 13th Great Realm, or even the cosmic light level experts of the 14th Great Realm, would be able to threaten them. The Fallen Sky Bow and the Rai D Seal could do this, but Yi Xian couldn't use it. Once he used it, it would immediately be exposed. Helpless, he could only use the farmer god cauldron. In any case, the cauldron had already been refined by him. Even if others were jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. In fact, even before Yi Xian refined it, this cauldron had been standing in the vast void of the Medicine King's remains in the form of a huge star for countless years, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. It was said that there was even an almighty figure of the 15th level who tried to attack, but in the end, he still retreated helplessly, unable to move at all. If not for this, Yi Xian would not have taken out this cauldron so easily. Boom! At that moment, as the green light shot out from the center of Yi Xian's brows, it expanded with the wind. In less than a breath's time, it had turned into a huge planet. The atmosphere of the abandoned planet under his feet was blown away. The aura was too strong, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked inch by inch. This abandoned planet obviously could not be protected. After this battle, it would completely collapse and turn into cosmic dust. There was a huge explosion. Zhang Yi had used one of the 3 killing techniques of the limitless slaughtering mantra, the illusory murder of heaven and earth. A terrifying energy that could overturn the heavens and earth surged out from within his body. The killing cage that had been formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth collapsed completely in an instant. For a time, the wind was endless, raging in the vast void of the Milky Way. Immediately afterward, the thousands of feet long white bone withered demon beast that was condensed from the bones of countless ice-field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together. At this moment, it let out a low howl as if it was unexpectedly frightened. This beast's body was full of a monstrous withered aura, as if it wanted to devour all the vitality in the world. Originally, it was rushing towards Yi Xian with boundless ferocity. But at this moment, facing the farmer god cauldron that was descending with a loud howl, it turned around and retreated. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The giant cauldron was like a huge star that appeared out of nowhere. As soon as it came into contact with the killing cage, it collapsed. Then, at the same moment that the 1,000 feet long white bone withered demon beast turned around, it suddenly smashed towards it without any suspense. Bang! There was no cracking sound of bones, only a low and oppressive bang. The 1,000 feet long withered demon beast's entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into dust. It was blown away by the terrifying chi brought by the giant cauldron that descended from the sky and instantly disappeared without a trace. Ding! At the same time, the sword talisman that Zhang Yi used to transport death stimulated the endless killing aura surging out of his body. The heavenly blade of slaughter that was formed by the sharp metal force of heaven and earth also slashed onto the body of the farmer god cauldron at the same time, emitting a crisp sound of metal clashing. This heavenly blade of slaughter was 500 feet long and was condensed from countless sharp metal force. It shone with a boundless and dazzling golden light, and its momentum could be said to be incomparably sharp. Originally, it was aimed at Yi Xian's head, but now it was directly blocked by the farmer god cauldron. The result made everyone speechless. Accompanied by a ringing sound, the heavenly blade of slaughter that was so sharp that it could almost split open the sky and space actually didn't slow down in the slightest and directly shattered. Countless sharp metal fragments of various sizes that were suffused with golden light instantly exploded, and then rumbled and dispersed, turning into specks of golden starry rain that dispersed and illuminated a small area of space in an extremely dazzling manner. Peft! 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 At this moment, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Si all opened their mouths at the same time as if they had agreed to it. The world cage, heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast earlier were all condensed from their own strongest abilities, and could be said to be closely related to their own bodies. Now that their attacks were blocked and forcefully destroyed, the 3 old fellows suffered a backlash and were heavily injured in the blink of an eye. Although it was not life-threatening, their faces were as pale as paper. From the looks of it, they would definitely not be able to make a move for a while. It was only at this moment that cries of surprise suddenly rang out. What? This is the Medicine King Cauldron? This is actually the supreme cauldron in the Medicine King's ruins. It has been floating in the void like a star for countless years, and no one has ever been able to move it. How could it appear here now? This is impossible. Impossible, this kid is only at the origin 7th stage. How could he refine the supreme cauldron that even the almighty Chen Kun can't move? This is King illogical. Monster. He's simply a monster. Run! This cauldron is too terrifying. There was once an almighty Chenkuan who tried to cut it open with all his might, but in the end, a supreme divine weapon of the primordial era collapsed. We can't move it at all. If we are crushed by it, even if we don't die, we will be completely suppressed and won't be able to make a comeback. Following these cries of surprise, Jean-E, and Jean-C didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around and retreated. At this moment, Yixian sneered as he turned around and swept his gaze in another direction. Chapter 33:14. Don't run, little loach, screech. In fact, the moment Shinong's giant cauldron suddenly appeared in the sky, Zhan San's Thunder Dragon transformation bloodline ability had already screeched and turned around to escape. Although its voice was so loud that it could split the clouds, it clearly revealed an extremely strong sense of fear and shock. After all, he was not a real immemorial Thunder Dragon. Although Zhan San's 3 transformations of dragon and snake bloodline magical power was amazing, he could actually use this magical power to stimulate the flesh and blood of his original body and change his form into a Thunder Dragon that was thousands of feet long. Those who didn't know would most likely think that he was originally a Thunder Dragon ferocious beast that had transformed into human form. It was a pity that the Thunder Dragon evolved from this kind of magical power only had the form. Even though Zhan San seemed to have mastered some thunder and lightning power, compared with the real immemorial Thunder Dragon, it was still too far away. At least, he didn't have the brutal and even violent temperament and momentum that an immemorial Thunder Dragon should have. If an immemorial Thunder Dragon from the Desolate Era was really here, no matter how terrifying Shinong's cauldron was, it would absolutely not turn around and retreat. But everything was still too late in the end. As soon as Shinong's giant cauldron appeared, it destroyed the world cage, the heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast one after another, causing Jean-E, Jean-C, and Jean-C to vomit blood and be seriously injured. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a moment, causing people to be overwhelmed and unable to react at all. Under such circumstances, even if the Thunder Dragon transformed from Zhan San's original body saw the opportunity early, it screeched and retreated at the first moment, but Shinong's giant cauldron was really too big, its size even exceeding that of an ordinary star. The abandoned star under its feet couldn't withstand its pressure and was cracking inch by inch was proof of this. With such a huge body, there was no need to expend effort to pursue it all. Just a roll in the void and it could cross an extremely long distance in the starry sky. Yixian did indeed do this. He naturally couldn't kill all 4 of these old guys, otherwise this matter would be counterproductive. His goal was only to display a deterrent means to make everyone afraid and not dare to provoke him. If he killed all 4 of them, the Heavenly War Empire would definitely not let it go and would send stronger existences, which would be bad. However, although he couldn't kill all of them, it was not a problem to kill a few people. This was also the price they should and must pay. Otherwise, it was not enough to show his power. Jean-E, Jean-C, and C. Yixian didn't want to bully the disabled people, so he chose Zhan San. Of course, the crux of the matter was that this fellow was courting death. Instead of being a proper human being, he actually transformed into a ferocious beast that was thousands of feet long. Even if such a huge starry sky cauldron crushed Jean-E, Jean-C, and Jean-C into meat patties, it looked like nothing special. But it was different for Zhan San. This was a 1,000 feet long Thunder Dragon, and Yixian had crushed it in the void with the farmer god cauldron in front of everyone. Just the visual impact and shock was enough to frighten the starry sky masters who saw this scene in an instant. Little Loach, don't run. This young master promises not to beat the shit out of you. Rumble! Yixian's figure didn't move as he floated above the massive Shinong cauldron that was as large as a star. Originally, he had his hands behind his back, but now, he slightly raised his right arm and pointed towards the 3,000-foot-long lightning dragon that was fleeing in the north. Puff! When the 3 words Little Loach entered his ears, Zhan San was so angry that he vomited blood. Even though he had manifested a 1,000-feet-long Thunder Dragon body with his bloodline magical ability, he couldn't help but tremble violently. He was so angry. The supreme existence of the 12th Great Realm, the ninth-rank perfection of the void, with the stunning bloodline of the divine dragon thunder dragon transformation, how awe-inspiring was the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body manifested. In the past, every time Jansen activated the thunder dragon transformation and manifested a 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body, which time did he not shock the other party instantly? Even those who immediately retreated in horror were not in the minority. But today he had encountered such a monster. The 1,000-feet-long terrifying thunder dragon had become a little loach in his eyes. Moreover, he was still clamoring not to run, promising not to beat the shit out of him and so on. This was clearly the rhythm of beating him until the shit out of him was directly beaten out of him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Jansen's 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body once again trembled a few times. This time it was not because of anger but because of fear. This was a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. If it was hung up and beaten in public in this void, that scene was so beautiful that Jansen couldn't imagine it at all. He didn't feel good at all. If it weren't for the fact that the bloodline magical ability of the thunder dragon transformation needed a certain amount of time to cool down, even if he tried his best to remove it now, it would take at least 7 or 8 seconds. Jansen simply couldn't wait to do so immediately. At least in that case, once he returned to his human form, if he was really beaten up, he wouldn't be as eye-catching as the current 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body. Rumble. Just as his speed suddenly increased and he was running forward with all his might, a series of extremely violent thunderous sounds suddenly came from behind him. That feeling was as if there was a part of the world behind him that had completely collapsed. The terrifying power of heaven and earth shattering turned into an invisible shock wave, roaring and chasing after him. These thunderous roars were the explosive sounds made by the Shinong cauldron crushing the void. Its size was so huge that it was more terrifying than ordinary stars. Although ordinary stars also had trajectories, whether it was revolution or rotation, they were untraceable and too slow to be detected. However, at this moment, under Yi Xian's control, the Shinong cauldron was like a meteor that was galloping at an extremely fast speed. Even the void was crushed and the sound of explosions could be heard. It was too normal. At this moment, Jansen was almost scared out of his wits, because he found that the speed of Shinong's giant cauldron was really too fast. He tried his best and even used all the strength he had when he was a child. He finally managed to rush out a distance, but this giant star cauldron just rolled and easily covered this distance. According to this trend, at most 7 or 8 breaths of time, the terrifying giant star cauldron would press down on his head. Thinking of this, Jansen's soul flew out of his body. There was also a human voice coming from the huge mouth of the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. He didn't care about his face and begged in public, "Linghu, little friend, can we stop chasing? It's a misunderstanding. Everything today is a misunderstanding." Boom! Before he could finish the words in his mouth, the Shinong cauldron, which was following closely behind, suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a long distance in the void and directly arrived above the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. Then, with a more violent and intensive sound of sonic booms, the giant star cauldron instantly pressed down with an indescribable momentum. AO. Chapter 33:15. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Everyone was dumbfounded. Roar. Although the thunder dragon's body was huge, at least 10,000 feet, it was too small compared to the Shinong giant cauldron that was like a huge star. Couldn't even be considered a small dot. The Shinong giant cauldron pressed down on its head, and only a small part of its edge brushed against its body. The 10,000-feet thunder dragon was completely turned into a dried thunder dragon. Except for the head that was exposed outside, the whole body of the thunder dragon was completely crushed, and that small part of the void was dyed red by the blood mist that burst out. This scene was too terrifying. A 10,000-feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dry dragon in an instant. The mournful howl it let out had no dragon power, but was more like a wolf's howl, which made people feel cold in their hearts. How could the word miserable be enough? In fact, even this mournful and indignant howl didn't last too long. It only lasted for about 2 breaths before it suddenly stopped. At this point, the 10,000-feet thunder dragon no longer had the slightest breath. Jansen had fallen. At this time, In the area of the abandoned star that had completely collapsed, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4, who had retreated in horror, finally regained their senses. They roared one after another, and their figures rushed over here, wanting to help. Ling Huchong, stop. Don't make a mistake. If Zhan San dies, you will definitely die. Impulse is the devil, Ling Huchong, don't court death. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Before these three old things could finish their threatening words, there was a loud sound of violent explosions in the void in front of them. The Shinong giant cauldron pressed down with a loud crash, and a tragic and mournful howl suddenly sounded. Everything happened too fast. From the moment Yi Xian took the Shinong giant cauldron to chase after Zhan San to the moment when the 10,000 feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dry dragon and let out a mournful howl, it only took 3 breaths. It was so fast that even Zhan Yi, who had retreated in a hurry and had almost completely panicked. His mind was in chaos, and the 3 supreme existences of the 9th order great perfection were actually unable to rescue him in time. They could only watch as their Zhan San was crushed into a dried dragon in front of everyone and died. In fact, even if they took action, the result would be the same. If they had the ability to resist the Shinong giant cauldron, they wouldn't have been seriously injured and retreated at the same time. About this, Zhan 1, 2, and 4 were well aware of it. So, Zhan San's death at this moment, the threatening words from their mouths at the same time, and their figures that had just rushed out, they also suddenly stopped. A wave of monstrous flames of fury that was similarly boundless and nearly capable of destroying everything surged out from the 3 of them. It surged through the void and actually faintly emitted a faint buzzing sound. However, the faces of the 3 old fellows were incomparably pale. Even though their eyes were as red as blood, as if they were about to spit out substantial flames, their faces were deathly pale. Whiter than snow. This paleness that caused one's heart to palpitate actually represented and revealed the current state of mind of the 3 of them. Only now did they suddenly realize how laughable and powerless the threatening words they shouted at Yi Xian in a moment of desperation were. After all, before the 3 of them could finish their threats, the other party had already crushed the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon to death. Moreover, that scene was so domineering. It was really like crushing a little loach. He had killed their 3rd brother Zhan. In front of everyone. This was clearly a slap to their own faces. Before Yi Xian could do anything, they had already slapped their own faces. Perhaps, at this time, they still believed that Yi Xian would undoubtedly die, but at least now they couldn't see that scene. Although there were many starry sky experts in this encirclement, and thousands of battleships, all of which were at least 3,000 meters in length, the entire encirclement army still didn't have the strength to threaten the other party. The Royal Star Cauldron, which appeared out of nowhere, was too terrifying. With it in hand, the other party could suppress a group of voidmen. Relying on this army, whose strongest was only at the peak of the 9th level, they couldn't do anything. It was also at this time that the momentum came to an abrupt stop. Behind Zhan Yi and the other 2, a large wave of terrified cries rang out like a tide. It was the starry sky experts who were entrenched in the battleships. They had surrounded the entire abandoned star so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Previously, when Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shinong cauldron, this group of people was completely stunned. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. In less than 10 breaths of time, one of the 4 supreme existences at the peak of the 9th level died and 3 were injured. This scene was too horrifying. Everyone was stunned. Only at this moment did their bodies tremble violently. They gasped and cried out in shock. Oh heavens! Let me be blind. What did I see? A 10,000 feet thunder dragon turned into a dry dragon in an instant? It was tortured to death. It's too tragic. This is too much of a bullying dragon. This is a 10,000 feet thunder dragon, but it was tortured to the point of howling like a wolf. How sorrowful and indignant should it be? Terrifying. Ferocious. Young Master Ling Hu is heaven-defying. He doesn't just have the 3 peerless potions, tools, and arrays. Even his combat strength is the same as that of a peerless monster. He can definitely contend with that monster who is causing trouble in the cultivation camp. Right now, It's still uncertain who exactly is the clone of that monster. He might even surpass that monster. Once the giant cauldron makes a move, even that invincible war god will be suppressed. The number one monster of the human race. Young Master Ling Hu definitely deserves this name. He is unparalleled, and his heaven-defying momentum is unstoppable. As these cries of surprise entered their ears, the figures of the heads of the 16 top families of the dynasty, the patriarchs and the others, who had interacted with Yi Xian many times before, continuously trembled. Their expressions were even more marvelous to the extreme, and it was impossible to describe. It's too terrifying. He hit it too deeply. It turns out that the royal star cauldron that mysteriously disappeared in the King of Medicine's relics was actually refined and taken away by him. At that time, we wanted to harm him and seize half of the King of Medicine's inheritance from the Ling Hu descendants. If it weren't for the outbreak of the universe zombie riot, I'm afraid we would have already taken action. If that was really the case, it was simply courting death. While muttering to themselves, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong looked at each other, and the hair on their backs stood up. At this moment, they really didn't want to go against Yi Xian anymore. They couldn't shake him at all. On the other side, the Crown Prince Longxiang, the two princes of the Heavenly Chun Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing, who were originally waiting to watch a good show and even began to plan how to torture Yi Xian after Zhan Yi and the others captured him. However, they were completely dumbfounded on the spot with their mouths wide open. These three guys' heads were originally swollen. Now, their mouths were slightly open, their faces were stiff, and their eyes were dull. At a glance, they really looked more and more like pig-headed people. Chapter 33:16. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Heaven and earth almighty figures were nothing. Even though they knew Yi Xian's true identity and believed that he must have some more powerful tricks up his sleeve, they believed that he would be able to survive this crisis and leave calmly. But at this moment, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still completely stunned. Only when the surrounding cries of surprise rang out like a tide did they wake up from a dream. Their bodies shook slightly, and they finally came back to their senses. Heavens, an idol is indeed an idol. He's really not an ordinary kind of awesome. Even though this young lady thought highly of him, in the end, I was still fiercely shocked. It seems that my previous estimation was too conservative. This guy is a peerless monster. He can't be treated as a human. Dragon slaying. This is clearly a dragon slaying scene. Even though it was only formed by the bloodline ability, it was still a lightning dragon that was thousands of feet long. At least it had its shape, but it was crushed into a dried husk in an instant. Why didn't I realize that this guy was so ferocious before? That's right, that little temper is too scary. It's left me with a faint psychological shadow. In the future, when I face him, my heart will probably beat wildly. I'm afraid that I'll provoke his little temper. He dares. Humph, don't be fooled by how arrogant he is in front of outsiders. In front of us three sisters, he's just a little kitten. I've long been sure of this. That bastard is bad at everything except for one thing. As long as you're sincerely good to him, no matter how you yell at him or bully him, he won't flip out. He's a fool. At the end of the conversation, the girls had already gathered together and discussed quietly. On one hand, they were afraid that others would hear them and reveal Yi Xian's true identity. On the other hand, the three sisters gathered together to discuss how to deal with Yi Xian. Naturally, they couldn't let him hear these words. In front of them, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4 suppressed the anger in their hearts and spoke again. Ling Huchong, you relied on the royal star cauldron to run amok. You didn't care about dissuasion and killed Zhan San on the spot. This matter can't be resolved. Just wait and see. Our heavenly war empire is not without the power of heaven and earth. What's more, we have the power of the entire dynasty. You have committed many crimes and are extremely evil. Moreover, this day won't be too far away. Today's matter has already pierced through the sky. Once the Almighty of the Empire learns of this, they will definitely be enraged. They will definitely take action at the first moment and suppress you. If you know what's good for you and want to live, hand over the king's cauldron immediately, seal your own cultivation, and beg for forgiveness. Considering that your amazing talent in the three ultimate of medicine, tools, and formations is really rare, perhaps we can consider forgiving you and keep you useful to the Empire to atone for your crimes. These words were really shameless. It was obvious that they coveted the other party's three unique talents in medicine, tools, and arrays, and wanted to recruit him by force. They even mobilized thousands of battleships and even more strong cultivators of the starry sky to carry out a great encirclement and annihilation. There were also 4 supreme existences of the 12th great realm, the great perfection of the 9th rank void space. In the end, even with the 4 of them working together, they were no match for him. They were suppressed on the spot, 3 of them were heavily injured, and 1 of them died. In the end, they actually accused the other party of committing numerous crimes and being extremely evil, shameless to such an extent, it was simply outrageous. In the team of the huge fleet coalition behind, there were many strong cultivators of the starry sky who curled their lips and rolled their eyes after hearing this. They were afraid that they were actually also participants and also wanted to do harm to Yi Xian before. At this time, after controlling the Shinong giant cauldron to kill Zhan San, Yi Xian had now thrown away the corpse of the 1,000-foot-long thunder dragon that had been crushed into a dry dragon. He let it float in the void space in the distance, cold and lonely, but he himself had already turned around. This scene was too amazing. The Shinong giant cauldron, as huge as a star, came across the sky. Above the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist gushed out and filled the air, and Yi Xian was suspended above it, stepping on the 9-colored mist under his feet. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was neither surprised nor happy. He was simply like a banished immortal, peerless and independent, dazzling everyone. On this side, countless strong cultivators of the starry sky were already dumbfounded. The eldest prince, Long Xiong, and the other 2 pig-headed men were even more stunned, and there were all kinds of unwillingness mixed in their expressions. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the other 2 girls were also stunned by this scene. Zhao Qianru was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Duanmu Xiaocha was even more direct. Prince Xian was originally her idol, so this girl had never concealed her infatuation with Yi Xian. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian, who was hovering above the giant cauldron like a banished immortal, slowly approaching, her eyes were fixed, and she muttered to herself like a love-struck fool, "Heavens, too handsome. This is my idol, fully deserving of the title, the one and only. Boo-hoo! Why do I have such good taste?" Even the purplish warbler was clearly in a daze at this moment. She stared blankly at Yi Xian, who was slowly approaching. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the figure in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't just because Yi Xian had changed his appearance, but also because he looked like a burly man. More importantly, it was because of the feeling that he gave off. The Prince Xian she knew was famous across the 3 universes, and he was revered as the #1 idol of the Federation with countless fans. However, in reality, all of Yi Xian's achievements that made him famous, including what happened in the first universe in the Demon Domain, and the shocking act of destroying the ancestral grounds of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates in the territory of the cultivators not long ago. All of this was something that the purplish warbler had never seen with her own eyes. The Prince Xian she knew wasn't that amazing in front of her. However, at this moment, the scene unfolding before her eyes was so extraordinary that the purplish warbler felt like she was seeing an illusion. She suddenly realized that unknowingly, the little independent stellar core realm cultivator she knew had actually grown to such a height. Even she could only look up to him from afar. Soon, Yi Xian was already in front of her. The Shinong cauldron, which was as huge as a star, was suspended in the void thousands of miles away, pouring out endless 9-colored fog. Yi Xian stood above the colorful fog with his hands behind his back. He was so stunning that even the 3 old men of Zhan Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His elegance was truly peerless. As existences at the peak of the 9th realm of the Void Realm, it wasn't too unjust for them to be defeated in the hands of a peerless monster of a generation. Thinking of this, The three old men's hearts immediately calmed down. Just as they were about to continue persuading, Yi Xian had already opened his mouth with a cold smile. I've seen shameless people, but this young master has truly never heard of anyone as shameless as your Zhan clan. Humph. So what if he's a universe almighty? If he wants to take this young master's life, we'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. I'd like to give you a piece of advice instead. Pass this message to that universe almighty of your Zhan clan. It's best to spread the news that he's in seclusion, lest he jumps out and embarrasses himself. In this young master's eyes, the so-called universe almighty is nothing more than a fart. These words were too pretentious. The faces of countless experts in the starry sky turned green, and their hearts beat wildly. They had never seen such an existence who dared to call a universe almighty a fart in public. Young Master Linghu was really going to defy the natural order. He was too arrogant. Impudent. Chapter 33:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, come in if you dare. Speak of the devil. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the supreme existence of the 15th level of the Zhan clan, the only supreme being of the universe, finally made his move. The Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire actually had two supreme existences of the universe realm. These two people were called Zhan Tu and Zhan Lu. They were the ancestors of the Zhan imperial clan and had lived for countless years. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Zhan Lu had left the three realms of the universe to explore other realms of the universe. No one knew if he was lost in the endless void of the universe or if he had died. In short, tens of thousands of years had passed, but Zhan Lu had not returned. From then on, the Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire only had Zhan Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm. It was also because of this that Zhan Tu, as the only supreme existence of the Zhan imperial clan, had always been very cautious and rarely went out. He had always been in seclusion on an unknown planet near the Heavenly War Imperial planet. This time, the Heavenly War Imperial planet had encountered an unforeseen event. Zhan Tu, who was in seclusion, did not know about it. However, considering the importance of this matter, not only did it involve the Demon clan of the Second Universe, but it also caused a chain reaction. The Heavenly War Emperor Zhan Wuxia was worried that there would be other unforeseen events. He ordered him to go to the planet where Zhan Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm, was in seclusion and invite him out. A few days ago, Zhan Tu had already arrived and stayed behind in the Heavenly Chun nation's capital. This time, he, as the Zhan imperial clan's ancestor Qian Kuan, naturally couldn't lead the expedition personally. That would be too condescending. Right now, although Zhan Tu was still on the Heavenly Chun star, he had already found out about the changes that had happened on the Heavenly Chun star's level 3-star network. In a fit of rage, he immediately manifested his Dharma idol projection and descended. Who would have thought that just as his consciousness arrived in this void, he would hear the arrogant words that Yi Xian had spoken. As a result, he was instantly enraged and immediately attacked, wanting to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. The powers of the universe were extraordinary. They had already come into contact with the mysteries of the universe's great Tao principles. Among the first 15 realms of the universe, they belonged to the most transcendent category of great powers. Even if it was just a Dharma idol projection, its power was far beyond what the four of them, who were only at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, could compare to. At this moment, with the arrival of Zhan Tu's Dharma power projection, this vast space of the universe was disturbed. A formless sealing force shrouded this area, and the space tens of millions of miles away was instantly turned into a cage, confined by a formless, terrifying pressure. In that instant, even the 100,000-meter-long star fortress that the first Prince Longxiang had brought with him, as well as the Sun Blue Fleet's flagship that Hongdo Lifeng was on, were all affected without any suspense, the superspace oscillator on the ship directly going out of action. In the face of the space that was confined by the supreme pressure of the universe, even the superspace oscillator installed on the 100,000-meter-long star fortress was rendered ineffective, unable to shake this space to form a vibration effect. A large number of strong masters in the universe felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly descended, pressing down on their heads from all directions, giving them a feeling of sluggishness, and hindering their movements. This was the result of the terrifying pressure that had suddenly descended, not deliberately targeting them. Otherwise, it would be even more unbearable. Once the universe was angry, even Old Man Zhang-Yi and the others, who were at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, would be suppressed instantly, unable to resist at all. And the only target of this terrifying pressure, Yi Xian, was obviously in a worse situation. Boom! The starry space exploded, as if the heavens were collapsing. At the same time that furious roar suddenly rang out, the space 10,000 miles above Yi Xian's head shattered inch by inch without warning. The area affected was extremely vast, spanning several thousand miles. This kind of feeling was as if this space was simply made of paper, and behind this fragile thin paper, a supreme fierce beast had appeared. At this moment, the fierce beast was breaking through the boundary, and as soon as it came into contact with this layer of barrier, the space immediately cracked and collapsed like a piece of paper without any delay. Behind the space that spread for several thousand miles and collapsed inch by inch in an instant, an incomparably huge blood-red palm print suddenly descended, its 5 fingers spread open, the palm facing down, covering Yi Xian and the Shenong giant cauldron beneath his feet from head to toe. Although the giant star cauldron was huge, the descending blood-red palm was not small either. The two were evenly matched. If this palm hit the giant star cauldron, although it was uncertain whether the giant star cauldron would be damaged, there was no doubt that Yi Xian, who was standing on the 7-colored fog and hovering above the cauldron with his hands behind his back, would die without a doubt. Or he would be directly suppressed and captured on the spot. The giant blood-red palm would only need to grab and close, and then it would be able to carry him across the void and disappear. The situation was extremely critical. The giant blood-red palm came suddenly, and its momentum was extremely fierce. As soon as it appeared, it had already pressed down nearly half of the cauldron, only 2,000 miles away from Yi Xian. At this speed, the giant blood-red palm would be able to hit the giant star cauldron in at most a breath's time. At that time, if the other party did not intend to leave him alive, Yi Xian would most likely explode into a fine mist of blood in an instant, and then be vaporized by the terrifying force of the giant blood-red palm, not leaving a single hair behind. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He almost immediately ordered the system to directly activate the interplanar coordinate jump ability and escape to the death vortex in the gap between the two territories of the human race. But in the end, he restrained himself and did not do so. On the one hand, the farmer god cauldron was still here, and now it was obviously too late to put it into his body. Time was too tight. On the other hand, if that was really the case, the consequences and severity of the consequences would be too serious for Yi Xian to accept. The reason why he had used the farmer god cauldron was to make an example of him and show off his power, so that this group of people would be afraid of him and not dare to harass him at will. Even if the performance just now was amazing enough and had some effect, if the final result was still to flee, then it would be too embarrassing. Everything he had done before would go down the drain, and the fierce image he had just established would collapse in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Yi Xian made up his mind and instantly cut off the idea of escaping. His body sank, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the inner space of the farmer god cauldron to take refuge. Bang! In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded in the sky, and the giant blood-red palm that came from the crack in the sky directly hit the farmer god cauldron, stirring up the dense 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. But the cauldron, which was as large as a planet, only shook slightly and did not lose a single hair. Even if a mighty figure of Chen Kuan were to come in person, he would not be able to shake this cauldron. Now, it was only a Dharma power projection of the mighty figure of Chen Kuan that had descended. To be able to make the cauldron shake faintly, it was already the result of an extraordinary performance under the influence of the mighty figure's fury. Ah! Chapter 33:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The incident escalated. Roar. Brat, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you a coward? Come out if you dare. The giant blood-red palm suddenly shook and turned into the figure of an old man. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. He roared at the Shenong cauldron helplessly. The next moment, a light voice came from the cauldron. frightening everyone. "Old bastard, are you a ghost? Come in if you dare. Believe it or not, this young master will pull off your head." It was Yi Xian's voice. In fact, even if one did not listen to the voice, one could guess that he was the one who was arrogant from the arrogance in his words. The one who was called an old bastard and clamored to pull off his head was a powerful figure of the universe in the 15th realm. If it were anyone else, even if they had the protection of the giant star cauldron, they would never be able to utter such words. It was too shocking. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. In the distance, countless experts of the starry sky in the huge fleet had been scared out of their wits. Even Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4 were dumbfounded. They had been irritated by Yi Xian before, but after seeing how Ancestor Zhan 2 was treated, their anger inexplicably calmed down. Compared to the Ancestor, what they did was nothing at all. Even a mighty figure of the universe could be scolded as an old bastard in public by him. What was the little bit of anger that they had suffered? Roar. Rumble. Boom. Ancestor Zhan 2 of the universe was so angry that he roared and kept attacking. Huge explosions were heard continuously, and a small part of the void of the universe collapsed. However, the Shinong cauldron did not move at all. When he had just arrived, he had launched the first attack out of anger so it could be slightly shaken. But now it had no effect at all. It was like a mosquito trying to shake a mountain. This was too humiliating. Of course, this was for Zhan Tuesday. As for the experts of the starry sky thousands of miles away, most of them were embarrassed. A mighty figure of the universe was scolded as an old bastard in public. He stomped his feet and roared. A small part of the void collapsed, but he could do nothing to the other party. However, this scene was witnessed by many strong men in the starry sky. It was really many people shrunk their necks and subconsciously turned their heads to look elsewhere. Their eyes drifted away, not daring to look directly at them. There were even some people who pretended not to notice them and started to chat with each other. If only a few people were like this, it wouldn't have aroused suspicion. But now, almost all the starry sky powerhouses outside the battleship were like this. Even a fool could see the problem. Ancestor Chen Kuan of the Zhan clan soon noticed this abnormal situation. He was stunned at first, then his face turned pale and darkened in an instant. At this time, Zhan Yi, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4 were pretending to be chatting when they suddenly felt their surroundings become sluggish. The three old things seemed to have a clear understanding in their hearts that this was the ancestor's gaze sweeping over them. They hurriedly shrunk their necks subconsciously, but they didn't dare to meet his gaze. Instead, they chatted even more happily. It seemed that they were completely immersed in the conversation and didn't notice anything else around them at all. "Oh, second brother, look at you. A corner of your lapel is stained red. You were seriously injured just now, weren't you? I clearly saw you spurting blood." Yes, that guy is too annoying. He made second brother so angry that he spurted blood. Next time we meet him, we must catch him and give him a good beating. Ahem. It's okay for you to talk about me, but can we talk about something else? You're still talking about that guy. You're clearly touching a sore spot. Even the ancestor has come over with a black face. Without waiting for Zhan Er, who was scowling miserably, to finish his words, a thunderous roar rang out, shocking the three old things to the point that half of their souls flew away. "First, second, and fourth, all of you roll over here for this old man right now. The three old things looked at each other, and their faces darkened in an instant. They raised their eyebrows and hurried to greet the ancestor. They smiled apologetically and trembled with fear. "Pass this old man's order. Open the Empire's treasure trove of war supplies, take out all kinds of war supplies, and build the space trap array with all our strength." At this time, old monster Zhan 2 was extremely angry, but he calmed down instead. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he said coldly, "Within 3 days, we must complete the construction of the array and completely seal off this void. In these 3 days, this old man will sit here and guard this place to prevent that guy from spying on us and escaping. Once the space trap array is completed, the clan will send another 4 9th rank perfection Voidmasters over. At that time, the 7 of you will each take a side and guard a formation eye, maintaining the opening of the array. This old man will leave for a few days and ask an old friend to come out. He will definitely be able to drag that guy out of this sturdy tortoise shell. Old Monster Jean too didn't deliberately lower his voice when he said these words, so all the Starry Sky experts in the distance heard it clearly. At this time, everyone's expression had changed. The matter had indeed escalated and become more serious. Old Monster Jean too was clearly anxious, and he actually wanted to build the space trap array. This was a shocking amount of money. The so-called space trap array's function was to completely seal off a void and cut off the connection between this void and the outside world. Whether it was teleportation or space transmission, it could no longer be used. Even some of the universe's space divine arts would be ineffective in the space concealment array. The various treasures and mineral resources needed to set up this array were all top-grade goods. Even in the three great empires and even the Eternal Dynasty, these things were considered strategic reserves. More importantly, once the space trap array was activated, it must be constantly supplied with energy to keep it running. Once it was stopped, all the treasures and mineral resources used to build the array foundation would be ineffective. This was clearly a terrifying array that could only be used once. Not only were the array foundation materials too expensive, but it also consumed a lot of energy. If it was stopped, it would be useless. In addition, Jean Tu also publicly announced that he was going to visit an old friend and ask for his help. There must be a way to get Ling Huchong out of the giant star cauldron. How could an existence who could be friends with old monster Jean Tu be an ordinary Starry Sky expert? At the very least, he must be a universe's mighty figure, or even stronger than old monster Jean Tuesday. At the very least, he must have more means than old monster Jean Tuesday otherwise. Why would Jean Tu personally go and ask for his help? What did this mean? Clearly, at least two universes' mighty figures were alarmed when they came out. This was really poking the sky. Before the Starry Sky experts who heard this shocking news could recover, the gloomy-faced old monster Jean Tu spoke again. This time, his words made the eyes of all the Starry Sky experts in the distance light up. They were all a little restless. Of course, before this old man returns, you can also send some powerful younger generation to form a team and enter the giant star cauldron to hunt and kill that boy. Chapter 33:19. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Pulling Hatred. This cauldron has its own rules. It is said that only those below the origin realm can enter. Perhaps it has been refined by this kid. But now the inner field of this giant star cauldron allows experts below the Grotto Heaven rank 1 to enter at will. That kid is only at the origin realm rank 7. Although he has a powerful armor, can he fight against 100 people alone? Any force or expert can enter the cauldron and try. No matter who it is, as long as they can help me drag that kid out of the cauldron, I promise to do one thing for them. This is a reward. As old Ghost John Tu finished speaking, most of the Starry Sky experts in the distance who had given up on continuing to be enemies with Yi Xian were tempted again. Under normal circumstances, how could there be such an opportunity to make heaven and earth owe a favor? Moreover, it was a public promise on such an occasion. If there was a slight reduction when returning the favor, the outside world would definitely laugh at him. Therefore, even if the person who returned the favor was too conservative, old Ghost John Tu would definitely take the initiative to be generous. This was related to reputation, and the truth was just as he said. Although Ling Hu Young Master was a monster with terrifying combat strength apart from his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and formations, his terrifying combat strength was comparable to that of the young invincible war god of the cultivation camp. To put it bluntly, he relied on external objects. Without this terrifying giant star cauldron, how could he kill Zhan San with his origin realm rank 7 cultivation strength? Right now, the giant star cauldron had been summoned and was suspended in the void. However, Ling Hu Young Master was intimidated by Ancestor Zhan Tu and had no choice but to hide in the space inside the giant cauldron. Under such circumstances, even if the battle started again, he could no longer use the cauldron to fight the enemy. After all, he was restricted by the internal field of the cauldron. Although he still had his quasi-Starry Sky Supreme Treasure armor, weapons, and even warships, if a large number of hunters entered the cauldron, he might have a chance to succeed. The internal field of the cauldron was much more relaxed than before. It could allow the highest level of Origin Realm rank 9 to enter, and there was no longer a limit on the number of people who could enter. Ling Hu Young Master was only at Origin Realm rank 7. If there were more than 100 Origin Realm rank 9 to enter at the same time, it was very likely that they would be able to suppress him. In addition, which of the great forces present didn't have 1 or 2 precious treasures in their hands? It could be given to the prodigies of the younger generation who had entered the cauldron. They could be used to defend against enemies or protect themselves. With these precious treasures, the power and advantage of young Master Ling Hu's stunning quasi-starry sky supreme treasures would be offset. This was a very promising move. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the various factions in the distant fleet began to privately discuss. When this scene fell into the eyes of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they were truly furious. In their opinion, old devil Zhan Tu's words just now were clearly to help Yi Xian draw hatred. He was really harboring ill intentions and was too abominable. The 3 girls were filled with resentment. They exchanged glances with each other and decided at the first possible moment. This time, they would bring the precious treasures of their clan into the enormous star cauldron. If nothing unexpected happened, they would dawdle behind the hunting army. And if something unexpected happened and they needed to take action, they would not hesitate to use the precious treasures of their clan to help Yi Xian. At worst, they would kill all the prodigies of the various factions who entered the cauldron. There was no need to worry about being exposed. Thinking of this, the 3 girls' eyes burst out with cold light. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly soon. Following the orders of the Zhan clan's ancestor, Zhan Tu, the 3 emperor clan powerhouses, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4, hurriedly left and rushed to the heavenly stellar star. Previously, when the entire Heaven Battle Imperial clan had evacuated from the Imperial Star, all of the Empire's resources had been stored away in a spatial treasure. These things, like the command talisman that controlled the Imperial Star's defensive formation, were all in the hands of Zhan Wuxia. Now that they needed to use them, they could only return and ask for them from the Emperor Zhan Wuxia. With the edict of Zhan Tu, the ancestor of the Chenquan clan, there was no hindrance in this matter. A large amount of strategic reserve resources of the Emperor clan were continuously sent over. Then, the Emperor clan experts personally set up the space trapping formation, sealing the huge star-like Shinong cauldron and the vast universe void nearby. At the same time, everything that happened in this space spread out at the fastest speed. Not only was there an uproar in the human race's science and technology camp, but even the cultivation camp, the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and the First Universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, also took action. Of course, the reason why they rushed to the heavenly stellar star field after hearing the news was not because of the so-called promise of the universe's almighty Zhan Tu, but because of other motives. Whether it was Ling Hu Young Master's 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, or array, or this enormous cauldron of king medicine that even the universe's almighty beings could not shake, they were all things that made people jealous. Needless to say, the giant star cauldron was an important treasure of the human race. Several alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation camp were very eager to get it. They promised some benefits and asked the powerhouses in the cultivation camp to help them rush over. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation had more complicated motives. They wanted the giant star cauldron and Ling Hu Young Master, who had the 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and array. Although Ling Hu Young Master was a powerhouse of the human race, he had basically turned against the human race's science and technology camp. Even the human race's cultivation camp would not tolerate him. It was impossible for them to turn against the science and technology camp for Ling Hu Chong. For the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and even the First Universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, this was definitely a great opportunity. If they could take this opportunity to subdue Ling Hu Young Master, who was already unable to move an inch in the human race, and take him away with his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and array, it would definitely have a significant effect on the overall combat strength of the entire race. In the Third Universe, in the territory of the human race's science and technology camp's Heavenly Wind Empire, the Linkuan planet, the Carefree Pavilion's master, Carefree Master, who was known as the peerless genius of the human race, rose into the sky from the Linkuan planet's ocean and rushed toward the planet's atmosphere like a proud dragon. He also learned about everything that happened near the heavenly stellar star zone and finally decided to make a move. Humph! I'd like to see what kind of freak this young Master Linghu is to be able to suppress me in such a short time. Carefree Master murmured to himself as he flew. Unfettered Z muttered to himself as he shot forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The so-called giant star cauldron is just a joke in front of my desolate antiquity era's barrier breaker boots. That brat is only at the origin level 7, the 9th realm, while I'm at the peak of the mystic light level 9, which is more than 2 realms higher than him. Chapter 33:20. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Qigong's confusion. Similarly, in the territory of the Heavenly Wind Empire, the island master of the Jade Dragon Island, Fairy Xia, who had just claimed sovereignty over the Wuxia star, had also quietly left with the Desolation-era treasure, the soul-entangling chain. Ling Kuan star and Dragon Xia star were just a small part of it. In fact, such a scene was playing out everywhere in the third universe occupied by the human race. Even the Federation of the second universe and the Overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, were all moving. The first universe, the Demon Territory, the Demon Emperor star. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters set sail from the giant star dock of the Demon Guard 1, heading in the direction of the natural universe oil that led to the third universe of the human race. There were quite a few devil cultivator experts in this small stronghold, including the former great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zuofengtai, who had been taken in by Yi Xian as a devil slave but stayed in the devil domain. Zuofengtai's cultivation was at the origin level 4 before, but now he had broken through to the origin level 9 perfection. He must have had a fortuitous encounter, so his cultivation speed was very fast. He was one of the 4 demon experts who would enter the giant star cauldron arranged by the demon emperor Mo Wentian. The demon expert guarding this small fortress was even more powerful, and his status in the demon imperial family was not small. He was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, the imperial uncle Mo Qigong. Mo Qigong's cultivation realm was the same as the demon emperor Mo Wentian. He was originally in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, but the latter was at the Grotto Heaven realm level 9 perfection, while the imperial uncle Mo Qigong was slightly weaker, only at the Grotto Heaven realm level 7. But at this moment, the cultivation aura faintly emitted from Mo Qigong's body was clearly far beyond the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm level 12 void realm level 7, which was the same as the Emperor clan experts of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4, only weaker by 2 small levels. It was unknown if he had concealed his cultivation before this, or if he had encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity in the past few months. If it was the latter, then the speed at which his cultivation increased was too terrifying. He wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Yi Xian, crossing 2 large realms. The reason why the demon race sent out a small fortress of 50,000 meters and even the imperial uncle Mo Qigong left the demon emperor star was out of helplessness. Everything was because of the decree of the demon emperor De. De seemed to be very interested in the shocking changes that happened in the third universe human territory of the human race's science and technology territory. The demon emperor clan level 9 emperors level 9 perfection level realm level star territory. Moreover, the edict even clearly stated that if they could fight for the giant star cauldron, they should fight for it. If they couldn't, they had to bring the peerless genius of the human clan, who was known as one of the 3 masters of medicine, tool, and array, to the first universe at all costs. If this matter was settled, De would allow half of the 4 generations of imperial uncles and old uncles who were detained in the Tianji clan's base camp to return. In other words, as long as they could capture or successfully recruit Ling Huchong, 2 of the 4 imperial uncles who were sent to the Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp as hostages every time the demon emperor succeeded the throne would return. Such a thing had never happened before. For the devil emperor's bloodline, it was a fatal temptation. If that wasn't the case, imperial uncle Mo Qigong wouldn't have come personally. In fact, other than imperial uncle Mo Qigong, the Tianji clan had also sent a core member of the upper echelon who was also at the 12th level of the Dongshu realm to accompany the army to supervise the battle. Coincidentally, this core member of the Tianji clan named Sha Baofeng had a deep relationship with Yi Xian. Not only was he Yingtai's admirer, but he also had a grudge against Yi Xian for killing his father. Of course, the Tianji clan wasn't human, so they didn't have a blood relationship. However, the reason why Sha Baofeng was able to successfully awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form from an ordinary robot was all thanks to a senior in the clan. In the Tianji clan, this kind of relationship was equivalent to the relationship between father and son in the human race. The expert who helped Sha Baofeng awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form was one of the two top members of the Tianji clan stationed in the Death Star territory, who were killed by Yi Xian's Rai Di seal in the Death Star vortex. This person's cultivation could be considered to be terrifying. He'd attained the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Realm, and was already able to perfectly display the strongest performance of the Dark Blue Battle Mecha. With the assistance of this mecha, the combat strength he displayed was even comparable to a true almighty figure of the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, he still died sullenly. Although the details of this matter weren't spread, the dark blue mecha that was seized by Yi Xian and later integrated into the undying glass armor was a living signboard, which aroused Sha Baofeng's suspicion. This time, he volunteered to go to the Tianji clan's clan leader De to guard the small demonic stronghold, and head to the Tianqian Star territory of the Third Universe as the military governor. His purpose was to see the peerless genius of the human race who was known as the Three Masters of Medicine, Tool, and Array. It would be best if he could see the second mecha form of the Quasi-Starry Sky True Treasure battle armor with his own eyes. Sha Baofeng believed that even though this top-level battle armor had been refined and integrated into the Quasi-Starry Sky True Treasure battle armor of the human race, if it was really his father's dark blue battle armor, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. In this way, he would be able to determine who his father's murderer was. Apart from Sha Baofeng, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong also had a secret plan. Although he didn't know that this so-called young master Linghu was Prince Xian of the direct line of the Imperial dynasty, who was well known in the three universes, he was looking forward to meeting the rumored Prince Xian in the third universe of the human race. Ever since Yi Xian returned to the human clan, his true identity had been exposed. When the news spread back to the first universe, the Tianji clan was furious. Patriarch De fiercely reprimanded the demon emperor Mo when Tian in his rage. The entire demonic race was in an uproar. They couldn't accept that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was actually the direct line of the imperial dynasty of the human race. This matter became the biggest mystery in the Demon Star territory of the first universe. Even Demon King Mo Wentian and all the higher-ups of the royal family of the demonic race, including Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, were brooding over this matter. They were also unwilling to accept this fact. They would rather believe that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was only missing. It could be said that Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong had decided to personally lead a team to the third universe of the human race because he hoped to meet the rumored Prince Xian and solve the mystery in his heart. If he had known that the main target this time, the young master Linghu, who was one of the two unparalleled geniuses of the human race, was actually Prince Xian, the strongest holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji, whom he knew. Even the other unparalleled genius of the human race who had recently appeared, the one known as the Invincible God of War, was also his clone. Chapter 33-21. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio looking down on an era in the third universe. In the heavenly Chun star area of the Heavenly War Empire, Yi Xian took out the Shenong giant cauldron and dominated the void of this universe. 3 days had passed. However, not only did this star area not become quiet, but it also became more lively as time passed. The fleets and strong men in the starry sky who had gathered here before did not leave. Some were ready to make a move, and some were just here to watch the show. After all, everyone knew that something big was about to happen in this star area. Strong men from various forces had gathered here. It was said that even the various races of the Federation in the second universe and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, had secretly sent their forces here. Some of them might still be on the way, but some might have already arrived and were lying in wait in some void of the nearby star area. This star area could be said to be a gathering of the winds and clouds. Unknowingly, it had touched the heartstrings of countless strong men and forces in the three universes. Even the universe realm's 15th Great Realm had been confirmed to have alarmed at least 2 of them, and they had come with their original bodies at the same time. This kind of big event could only be encountered by chance. If they were in another star area far away, it would be fine. However, they happened to be in the heavenly Chun star area at the right time. If they could not witness everything that happened later with their own eyes, it would be too regretful. Because of this, after 3 days, the number of battleships and strong men in the starry sky gathered around this star area did not decrease. Instead, more and more of them gathered. Now, as far as the eye could see, the surroundings were densely packed with battleships of various types, drowning a large part of the universe void. There were countless strong men in the starry sky inside and outside the battleships. It was too lively. There was a sea of people, and it was a sea of stars. It was enough to show how terrifying the number was. And this was only the forces that appeared on the surface. There were definitely many strong men from various forces that were not suitable to show themselves. For example, some sensitive races from the Federation in the second universe, as well as the army sent by the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and so on, for 3 whole days with Zhang Yi, Zhang Tu, and Zhang San as the leader. The 7 supreme experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void Realm had been busy. 3 days ago, a large number of Heavenly Battle Emperor clan experts and the Empire's military elites had formed an army and marched over. Along with them, they had taken a large amount of strategic resources from the Heavenly Battle Empire's Strategic Resource Reserve Vault. There were all kinds of rare minerals and materials, and there were even dazzling finished magical equipment. These resources were all extremely precious. Even when placed at the level of the empires under the rule of the dynasty, they were all strategic reserves. However, this time around, they had been transported over in large quantities and thrown into this void space, where the many experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan set them up one by one in an orderly and efficient manner. In the end, they disappeared into the void and became the bases and energy nodes of the enormous space trapping formation. The experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites who participated in setting up the space trapping formation numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The specific high-level commanders at the scene were Zhang Tu, Zhang Four, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void Realm. In addition, the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Zhang Tu also oversaw the entire process and did not leave for even a moment. The entire void space covered by the space trapping formation was too vast. After all, the target of the formation was the giant star cauldron. Just the size of the giant star cauldron was comparable to an enormous star. In order to seal it, even the void space around the giant star cauldron had to be included in the formation's unique field. In this way, the entire space trapping formation occupied a large part of the void space that was close to 1,000,000 kilometers away. It was inexplicably shocking. From this, one could also deduce how shocking and terrifying the amount of rare materials and minerals used to set up this terrifying formation was. Even though nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites were mobilized, the entire space trapping formation still took a full 3 days before it was finally completely completed. Half a day ago, after the entire space trapping formation was fully set up, Zhang Tu, Zhang Four, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void Realm entered the 7 main formation eyes of the space trapping formation at the same time under the guidance of the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Zhang Tuesday. Then, their figures disappeared and were no longer seen. In addition, more than half of the nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites who were responsible for setting up the entire space trapping formation were left behind. A total of 749,000 people all entered the formation one after another. These 749,000 experts of the starry sky were responsible for the entire space trapping formation's 490 small formation eyes at various levels. Once the space trapping formation was officially activated, they would all go all out without stopping or resting until everything was over. The entire space trapping formation had invested an endless amount of strategic resources and materials. Could be said that it was a waste of manpower and resources. The range of the void covered by the power of the formation had reached a terrifying range of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Such a shocking amount of money was simply shocking to the world. The countless experts of the starry sky who had witnessed all this in the surrounding void had long been stunned. They did not know what to feel in their hearts. From a certain point of view, even if young Master Linghu could not escape in the end, he had enough to be proud of. This incident would be recorded in the annals of the human clan. Countless years later, the descendants of the human clan would read all of this from the epics. A young expert who could be called a peerless genius of the human clan had once attracted the attention of the three universes in this star field, tightly tugging at the heartstrings of countless experts of the starry sky. Just this alone was enough to look down on all the geniuses of an era. Buzz! At night on the third day, an extremely dense and violent buzzing sound quietly rang out. Around the giant star cauldron that had been quietly floating there for the past 3 days, the vast void of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in radius suddenly lit up at the same time. The strong light of the formation burst out in an instant. At this moment, countless experts of the starry sky in the distance clearly saw a terrifying formation composed of countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes. All the nodes and formation eyes of the formation were alive and rotating all the time. All of this formed a terrifying monstrous net that covered nearly 1,000,000 kilometers, temporarily separating this part of the void and making it impossible to extricate oneself from it. This was where the name of the space-trapping formation came from. It meant that a part of the void of the universe was trapped in an invisible net of the heavens, cutting off all connections with the original plane. The huge space-trapping formation disappeared in a flash. Countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes disappeared in an instant and could no longer be seen. The entire space-trapping formation was finally fully activated. This vast void of the universe that was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in radius became hazy in the blink of an eye, like a dream. Chapter 33-22. Hunting army. As the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's ancestor Zhang Tu left quietly, the Heaven Battle clan's old Zhang Yi, who was left outside the formation to preside over the follow-up matters, immediately rose into the air. He waved his hand in the void and roared, "From now on, until old ancestor Zhang Tu returns, any powerhouse can enter the giant star cauldron at will and hunt, including those powerhouses from other races, such as the Federation of the Second Universe, etc. Ling Huchong has committed many evil deeds, and everyone has the right to kill him. In this matter, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not make any restrictions. We will open an exclusive passage outside the space trap formation. Any starry sky powerhouse with a cultivation level below the 10th level of Grotto Heaven can enter alone or in a group. However, this old man will warn you first. Once you can enter the giant star cauldron through the passage of the formation and start hunting, life and death will be up to fate. If any of the clan's geniuses die, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not take any responsibility. Besides, although that bastard Ling Huchong's cultivation base is not high, he has quasi-starry sky supreme treasure-level weapons, armors, and even a small private warship. His comprehensive combat power cannot be measured by common sense. Therefore, I would like to give you a piece of advice. All the experts of the major forces who have entered the giant star cauldron, you'd better join forces and hunt him. Everything is to successfully hunt that bastard Ling Huchong. Otherwise, if you die, everything will be in vain." After speaking, Zhang Yi slowly looked around at the powerhouses of the major forces in the distance and nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a space passage appeared in the nearly 1,000,000 miles area that had been sealed by the space trap formation. It was directly connected to the giant star cauldron in this hazy central territory of the void. After doing all this, Zhang Yi's figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on another small star not far from the space trap formation. He sat cross-legged and looked at the space passage that had already been opened. He was sitting here and guarding the overall situation. With the appearance of this space channel, the major forces gathered in the distant void were in an uproar. Immediately afterward, the figures of experts rushed out of their respective camps one after another. With lofty aspirations, they shot toward the space channel of the space trap array. Most of these experts were the younger generation of the various major forces. They were all relatively young, but there were also some figures of the older generation. However, their cultivation bases were all at the late stage of the 9th realm. They were either at the 7th or 8th stage or at the 9th stage of perfection. Not a single one of them was at the first stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. The first to fly out were the young geniuses of the 16 top-notch families and forces in the field of genetic nutrient fluid from the Human Races Science and Technology faction. For example, Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shinong Jin from the Undying Star of the Imperial Capital, the Shenyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, and the 3 local families of the Heavenly War Empire, the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families. There were also the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shintu families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, Life Genes, and other forces that had the ability to concoct level 8 genetic fluid. The 16 top-notch families and forces had sent out many young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. Some of them had even met Yi Xian more than once. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. They did not speak with a sullen expression, giving off a feeling that they were unapproachable. The 16 top-notch families in the field of genetic fluid had sent out a total of more than 40 young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. On average, there were 3 to 4 people from each force. Some of them were from family forces, while others were in groups of various sizes. In the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the formation channel and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. As more than 40 of the younger generation geniuses from the 16 top-notch families and forces in the dynasty region who were in the gene fluid field were the first to move, they entered the giant star cauldron one after another. The other major forces who were gathered in the distance could no longer sit still. Very soon, more young geniuses from the various forces leaped out. They all had extraordinary bearings and cold arrogance on their faces. For them, this was a rare opportunity to show their faces. The young geniuses who belonged to the various forces in the future believed that this outstanding performance was the beginning of their glorious road to supremacy in the future. With the emergence of the 2 unparalleled geniuses and the 4 unparalleled geniuses of the human race, a new glorious era had begun. None of the young geniuses from the various sects were willing to fall behind. There were even more young geniuses from the various forces who leaped out later. Some of them were from the top-notch families of the human race, and some were even from the human race's camp of cultivators. There were more than 100 of them. Some were in groups of 3 to 5 and some were alone. Very soon, they all passed through the space channel of the space-trapping formation and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. Among the hundreds of young geniuses from the various forces of the human race, there were indeed some famous geniuses. They were even more famous than the fallen demon sun and the demon dust maiden, who had just appeared not long ago. One of them was from the Tenju Heavenly Palace, the overlord of the cultivators' camp. It was said that he was the last disciple of the master of the Earth Ju Heavenly Palace. In just a few decades, he had cultivated to the 9th stage of the origin realm, the great perfection of the 9th level. This person's name was Gong Wuxin. It was said that he had mastered a secret technique of cultivators called the crystal ball projection technique. With this technique, one could condense a crystal ball with the power of the divine ability and project all the scenes and sounds on the other side of the isolated void. It was said that when this divine ability was cultivated to a high level, one could even peek into the secrets of the heavens and see the past and the future. It was incomparably mysterious. In addition, among this group of young geniuses, there was even a bald, brawny man who cultivated Buddhist techniques. His name was Wuchen Zi, and it was said that he came from a mysterious Buddhist sect in the human race's camp of cultivators. This person was also a rare Buddhist genius in the Buddhist sect. It was said that at a young age, he had already comprehended the small wheel of the 3 trigrams transformation technique to the initial level. This Buddhist technique could be used to advance to the next life. In the blink of an eye, one could experience 3 lives. It could be said to be the supreme Buddhist technique of reincarnation and rebirth. Moreover, Wuchen Zi was particularly proficient in the famous Buddhist technique of the Western Zen chant of Devanaga. This Buddhist technique and the lion's roar technique of Taoism both seemed to be sound wave-related techniques, but they possessed even more extraordinary power. The so-called chant of Devanaga was not just a cultivation method of sound waves. The sound was a form of Buddhist chanting. It could make a person's bones go soft and intoxicated. It could tug at their mind and reduce them to ashes. It was said that when it was cultivated to the highest level, once the chant began, any arcane treasure, technique, or ability that the opponent used would immediately be nullified. It was said that it was extremely profound and had a myriad of uses. In addition, there were 2 other young geniuses who were as famous as Wuchen Zi and Gong Wuxin. One of them was Cho Dofu, who came from a powerful demonic sect in the cultivators' camp. He was skilled in the ghost fire of the heavenly abyss, and he also had the void penetrating finger, void amalgamation finger, and void tribulation finger. Chapter 33-23. Domineering push inside the farmer god cauldron. The secret realm within the cauldron that was like the interior of a giant planet. Yi Xian was currently strolling gloomily in the central region of the cauldron's space. He seemed to be absent-minded, but in reality, his mind was racing as he rapidly pondered. In the end, the sudden arrival of the supreme being of the universe was beyond his expectations, catching Yi Xian off guard. The speed of the universe supreme being was too fast. Although it was only a projection clone that descended, it instantly shattered a piece of space and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't even dare to give the system an order to activate the universe coordinate jump ability and escape. After all, the system needed time to activate the universal coordinate jump ability of the Starry Sky title. If the gigantic blood-red palm in the sky had slapped down before that, then Yi Xian was destined to meet a tragic end. Furthermore, the farmer god cauldron had yet to be collected, so he couldn't leave. This cauldron was different from the situation in the Medicine King's ruins. At that time, it was an ownerless item. Although some people coveted it, they gave up after a series of fruitless attempts. But now, everyone knew that this cauldron had been refined by Yi Xian. If he hurriedly escaped, there would definitely be people eyeing this cauldron and waiting for Yi Xian to walk right into their trap. After all, this cauldron was extraordinary. Yi Xian couldn't completely give it up. If that was the case, then the other party would have too much time to prepare. Even though Yi Xian still had all sorts of trump cards in his hands, his heart was still beating like a drum in the face of the all-powerful existence's calculations. The longer this dragged on, the more uncertain he became. Because of this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hide inside the farmer god cauldron. Although there was no need to worry for the time being, this cauldron couldn't be moved even by the almighty Chen Kuan. This had been proven long before Yi Xian had refined it. But in the long run, this wasn't a good thing. Could it be that he could really hole up in this cauldron for the rest of his life? By the same logic, the more time passed, the more space the almighty Chen Kuan would have to prepare and scheme. For Yi Xian, it would be more dangerous. However, if I want to break out of the cauldron and leave by force, I can only use my trump cards like the Fallen Sky Bow or the Rai D Seal. If I do that, my identity will be exposed, and it will bring me a lot of unnecessary trouble. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's mind became more and more chaotic. Originally, he had planned to keep the farmer god cauldron and leave immediately. It was better to quit while he was ahead. Previously, he had injured 3 of the Zhan Imperial clan's 9th Order Perfection Void Realm experts. It was an extremely shocking result, and it was enough to deter him. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still one step too slow. With the arrival of the Dharma idol projection, all of Yi Xian's original plans fell through. Instead, he found himself in a dilemma. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yi Xian had also calmed down and decided to cultivate to pass the time. He planned to plan again after his state of mind had completely calmed down. However, at this moment, just as he finished this cultivation and opened his eyes, in the sky above the space inside the cauldron, in the beautiful dreamy sky curtain filled with 9 colored clouds, suddenly figures of starry sky masters fell one after another, descending towards the land inside the cauldron space. There were many familiar faces, such as the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. There were also people like Dongfang Lin from the farmer god cauldron. They were all the young talents of the dynasty's 16 top aristocratic families and forces in the field of dynasty gene fluid. In just a few minutes, 50 to 60 figures had already descended one after another. After landing, they divided into 2 groups with about 30 people in each group. One group was led by Dongfang Lin. The younger generation of the 3 aristocratic families of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family and the Gongyang family, were all in this group. The other group was led by the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. There were also about 30 people, but the rest were almost all unfamiliar faces. Yi Xian had never seen them before. Seeing that these guys were constantly smiling at the three girls, most of them had other thoughts in their hearts. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, the figures of experts once again descended from the nine-colored sky above him. This time there were more people, more than 100 of them. These more than 100 experts were basically unfamiliar. Yi Xian basically did not know any of them. Soon, the last 100 or so experts who descended gathered one after another after landing on the ground. In the end, they formed 4 groups, each with about 20 people. The leaders of these 4 teams were Gong Wuxin, the last disciple of the Palace Master of the Earth Extinction Palace from the 10 Extinction Heavenly Palace, Wu Chunzi from a certain secret Buddha sect from the True Cultivator Camp, and Cho Dofu from a certain powerful Devil Cultivator sect. The last person was said to have the innate true spirit body, known as the first beauty of the cultivation camp, Yu Xianlong. Although these 4 were all young juniors, they had made a name for themselves very early in the human clan cultivation camp. Each of them had extraordinary talents. If not for this, the hundreds of experts who had descended later would not have spontaneously gathered around the 4 of them. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 descenders had appeared in the originally quiet space of the Shinong Cauldron. Except for a few people such as the Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the origin, the rest were at the late stage of the 7th or 8th level of the origin. There were even a few peerless geniuses at the peak of the 9th level of the origin. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chunzi, and the others belonged to this group. To Yi Xian, these people were clearly trespassers. This was because the Shinong Cauldron had long been refined by him. It was Yi Xian's private property. They're all Origin Realm young geniuses? They descended with such great fanfare. Could it be? Seeing these more than 100 young experts descend and quickly divide into 6 groups to search, the expression on Yi Xian's face became more and more strange. He vaguely guessed the other party's purpose. Then, a sinister smile quickly appeared on his face. If that's the case, this young master won't stand on ceremony. I'll take this opportunity to train my hands. The path of physical evolution should be filled with battles, and I'll grow through the tempering of blood and fire. These guys came at the right time. If it were outside, where would I find more than 100 Origin Realm juniors to train with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A dark purple light rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly expanded. This time, as soon as the indestructible glass armor was summoned, it was in its 2nd mecha form. It was 100 feet tall and floated in the void in front of Yi Xian like a small mountain. With a thought, Yi Xian stepped into the mecha. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed toward the northeast of the space inside the cauldron. Amongst the 6 teams of descenders that had split up to search, the one in charge of the northeast region was a team of top-notch clans led by Dongfang Lin. The younger generation experts of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Longyu family, were all in this team. Yi Xian was going for them. Chapter 33-24. To suppress without exception within the space of the cauldron, in a forest in the northeast corner, Dongfang Lin was leading a group of more than 20 young heavens chosen from the top families of the dynasty. They were flying at a low altitude above the forest at an extremely high speed. Everyone was quite curious about this space inside the cauldron. It was basically the first time that they had entered this place. So they were looking all around. They were searching for young Master Ling Hu's figure, while appreciating the strange scenery of this secret land. What a strange Medicine King's cauldron. I didn't expect that there would be such a vast space within the cauldron. Simply like a secret realm. The earth is too vast. Not only are there various ferocious beasts and spirit birds, there are also large amounts of spirit fruits and exotic herbs. It's a pity that they haven't reached maturity yet. Otherwise, the harvest this time would definitely be not small. This was the first time Dongfang Lin had entered the space inside the cauldron. Coupled with the fact that there were more than 20 young geniuses from various top clans following behind him for the time being, Dongfang Lin suddenly felt emotional. He shook his head and muttered, "It's a pity that Ling Hu Ju couldn't enter last time. Otherwise, this Medicine King's divine cauldron might not have fallen into Ling Hu Chang's hands. Perhaps I would have refined and collected it. Sigh, I missed my opportunity. If you really want this cauldron, It's not too late now. The prerequisite is that you have the ability to suppress this young master first. Without waiting for him to finish his words, a clear and hearty shout of ridicule suddenly came from afar. A 10 feet tall dark purple silhouette, like a small mountain range, came at an extremely fast speed and entered the line of sight of Dongfang Lin and the others. It was Yi Xian. Dongfang Lin jumped in fright. His complexion instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. He complained incessantly in his heart. He secretly cursed himself for being too unlucky. Just as he was showing off, he bumped into the right person. The expressions of the 20 or so young geniuses behind him changed drastically as well. Many of them shouted and unhesitatingly took out their respective magic treasures. For a moment, the sky above the vast mountain forest was filled with dazzling brilliance. All kinds of magical treasures with unique power burst forth and poured down towards Yi Xian from all directions. This group of people had not participated in the previous battle in the heavenly stellar star's atmosphere, so they had not seen the ferocity of Yi Xian with their own eyes. Basically, they had only arrived from outside the heavenly stellar star region a few days ago. Even the heavenly battle empire's 3 top families, the Tuoba, the Gongyang, and the Longyu families had only recently been summoned back by their masters. In fact, they were completely unfamiliar with Yi Xian. Now that they had the advantage in numbers and were stronger than Yi Xian in terms of cultivation, they were fearless. As they summoned their transcendent artifacts, they surrounded Yi Xian in the middle. Their eyes shone with excitement, and they were so excited that they almost screamed. Only Dongfang Lin was an exception. With a pale complexion, his figure actually retreated explosively. In the blink of an eye, he had already hidden behind the group of followers. A bright light flickered in his eyes. It was obvious that he was prepared to retreat at any time. Originally, I only planned to meet the descendants of my old enemy, but since you want to die, this young master might as well fulfill your wish. Everyone will be suppressed. Yi Xian sneered. As his voice came out, his figure had already rushed out. He did not even plan to summon the indestructible glass armor. He waved the mech's iron arms, which were several times thicker than a person's waist, and punched out repeatedly. Rumble! Boom! Bang! Puff! Thunderous explosions rang out in an instant. The mech giant, which was like a small mountain, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Under the giant fist, it was difficult for it to withstand a single blow. Unsurprisingly, anyone who was hit by the fist would vomit blood on the spot and fly backwards with broken bones and tendons. Even among the various transcendent artifacts that covered the sky and covered the earth, some were also knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. Although these guys came from the top families of the Eternal Dynasty's gene fluid field, they were all juniors of the clan after all. No matter how high the grade of their transcendent artifacts was, they definitely could not reach the level of a quasi-starry sky treasure. They were not on the same level as Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20 or so figures fell down. In less than a minute, this so-called hunting team completely collapsed. The rest of the fellows who were not injured for the time being cried for their parents. They did not even bother to collect the transcendent artifacts that they had just summoned. They actually turned around and ran at the same time. As for Dongfang Lin, he had already summoned a shuttle-shaped transcendent artifact at the first moment and ran away like a stray dog. This battle broke out suddenly and ended even faster. As the few lucky fellows led by Dongfang Lin fled for their lives, Yi Xian's figure also fell from midair. In his line of sight, on the hillside of the forest, 7 or 8 bodies were randomly lying on the ground. All of them had broken bones and tendons. Although they were not dead, they were seriously injured. They would not be able to fight again in a short time. In addition, there were more than 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the hillside. Although it was impossible to have a quasi-starry sky treasure-level transcendent artifact, these guys were after all the young geniuses of the top families of the dynasty. The transcendent artifacts on them could not be too bad. Basically, they were all starry sky legendary-level transcendent artifacts. Among them, there was even a flying sword and a red copper golden mace, which were actually starry sky epic-level transcendent artifacts. although the quality was slightly worse. For these guys it was really precious. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Yi Xian it was just better than nothing. From now on, you are all this young lord's prisoners of war. I will give you an incense stick's worth of time to heal yourselves. After that, you will leave with this young lord and suppress all enemies. With a wave of his hand, the 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the forest were all stored into the undying world within his body. Yi Xian coldly glanced at the 7 or 8 figures lying on the ground, each of them wailing in pain. Although his tone was calm, it inexplicably revealed a trace of bone-chilling coldness. If anyone is still unable to stand up after an incense stick's worth of time, then there is no need to leave. Just stay here forever. The people on the ground were frightened when they heard this. In less than a minute, Yi Xian's savagery and ruthlessness were already engraved in their hearts. At this moment, they did not doubt that he would really kill them. For the sake of their lives, they quickly gritted their teeth and crawled up, each of them taking out a healing pill. After pouring it into their mouths, they hurriedly began to heal their wounds. It had to be said that a person's potential was truly limitless. Yi Xian originally thought that these guys would need at least the time of eating a meal before they could barely regain their ability to move. The so-called time limit of an incense stick was just a casual remark. Who would have thought that in the end, at most half an incense stick's worth of time, the 8 of them who were sitting cross-legged to heal their wounds all stood up one after another. Although their faces were still pale, their expressions were extremely obedient. So much so that no one dared to ask Yi Xian a question or beg for mercy. Without exception, all of them obediently stood in a row by the side with their hands behind their backs. They had a look of resignation, not daring to disobey. All right, as long as you guys behave and don't think of escaping, this young lord guarantees that I will not harm your lives. Otherwise. Chapter 33-25. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Chant of the Devanagay. The reason why Yi Xian wanted to keep the 8 captives was because of a flash of inspiration in his mind. Now that he was trapped in the inner space of the Shinnong Cauldron, there must be many experts from various major forces eyeing him covetously outside the cauldron. Faced with such a dilemma, Yi Xian had not come up with a solution yet. However, the hundreds of young heavens prides from various sects who had suddenly descended here not long ago gave him an idea. Although he was not very confident, at least it was a feasible plan. For Yi Xian it was just a try. These hundreds of rude intruders came from different forces. Although they were young, they were all at the late stage of the origin stage, the 9th realm. Basically, they were all outstanding talents among the younger generation of the major forces. If he could capture all of them, Yi Xian would have an additional bargaining chip in his hand. At least he would not be as passive as before. In the end, if they really couldn't think of any other way to solve this difficult situation, they could just make up their minds and strangle the 100 or so heaven's favorites of the various sects into a talisman and charge out. At that time, the older generation experts of the various powers that were waiting outside the cauldron would probably be a little afraid. As for Yi Xian, the time he needed to buy was actually very short. In just 10 breaths of time, it was enough for him to suddenly take action and store the Shinnong Cauldron into his body. The old fellows outside had no way of knowing about this. Therefore, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he could charge out with such a large string of protective talismans in his hand, then the experts outside would be caught off guard. In a short 10 breaths of time, he would have a great chance of winning. By the time they realized that something was wrong, Yi Xian would have already taken the Shinnong Cauldron and successfully escaped. However, if he wanted to make the old guys fear him enough, Yi Xian had to maximize the number of captives in his hands. It would be ideal to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Just as his mind was spinning and he was quickly calculating the various details of this matter, an extremely arrogant roar came from the void in the southwest direction of the mountain forest. "Ling Hu, you little thief! Come and die quickly. Lord Wu Qinzi will definitely send you to the afterlife today. Ha ha ha." The moment he opened his mouth, he called him a thief. Even if he had a good temper, he was afraid that he would explode, let alone Yi Xian. He was instantly angry. With a cold light in his eyes, he turned his head and swept his gaze to the southwest. In his line of sight, More than 20 figures were flying through the air and were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. The one in the lead was an extremely burly bald man. This person called himself Lord Zheng. He must be a disciple of a certain Buddhist sect in the cultivation camp. Even the big and small sects of the cultivator camp have come? Is this young master so easy to bully that everyone wants to take advantage of me? Frowning, Yi Xian muttered a few words. His expression turned even colder, and the anger in his heart gradually surged. His fists were itching. In this short moment of delay, the small hunting team from the southwest had already closed in to a distance of more than 10 miles. The bald monk in the lead and several others shouted almost at the same time. They either took out their magic weapons or launched their supernatural powers. They had brazenly made their moves before they even met face to face. Exclamation point. Tiger Soul Slash. More than 10 miles away, in the air, several dazzling lights burst out. The most eye-catching one was a crossbow arrow. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already crossed nearly half the distance. Wherever the arrow passed, even the void was torn apart. That unparalleled sharpness caused Yi Xian to subconsciously think of his bloodline, the heavenly fallen bow. This meteor-like golden arrow light came from a man in a green robe on the right side of the bald monk. Although this man didn't look amazing, the strange giant crossbow in his hand was quite extraordinary. Not only did it reach the starry sky epic level, but its quality was almost perfect. Even Yi Xian was quite tempted. After all, although he didn't need it, he could use it to deal with the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha. What he didn't know was that this giant golden crossbow didn't belong to the green-robed man at all. It was the treasure of the sect behind this guy. It was called the Demon Extermination Moon-Chasing Crossbow. It was said that it was made of 365 taels of Western Tai true gold. It was shaped like a crossbow barrel, and there were 5 golden balls inside. There was a spring in it, and it could be fired at will. It was designed to destroy the demon fire, evil smoke, and poisonous sand. Once the golden balls exploded, a large area would be swept away in an instant. Unfortunately, this treasure had already entered Yi Xian's magic treasure. Today, it was destined to change its master and change hands. Apart from the giant golden arrow, there was also the bald monk in the lead of this rapidly approaching hunting group of over 20 powerhouses. This surprised Yi Xian quite a bit, and he took a few more glances at him. Although Yi Xian didn't know what the so-called chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was, he could still understand the Buddhist 6 syllables. Just now, the bald monk's tongue was clearly like thunder, roaring out the 6 syllables of Buddha. The bald man was originally carefree, and his appearance was rather speechless. However, at this moment, as he roared out the 6 syllables of Buddha, the playful expression on his face immediately disappeared. He gave off a rather solemn feeling. After the violent roar, the bald monk did not stop there. Following the 6 syllables of Buddha, a series of obscure notes continuously sounded out. There seemed to be a faint holy light of Buddha bursting out from his body at this moment. Yi Xian was caught off guard. For a moment he was entranced by it, and his consciousness was inexplicably in a trance for a moment. The chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was not just a Buddhist chant similar to the lion's roar of Taoism and other sound wave attacks. Its power was not to be underestimated, and it had its own mysteries. From the beginning of the bald man's chant just now, he used the famous 6 syllables of the Ming dynasty as a guide, which could be seen a little bit. Its biggest feature was that it had a miraculous effect on people, demons, and devils. When it was sung to people, it could make people's bones as soft as cotton, intoxicated and infatuated, hooking their minds and turning them into ashes. As for the effect of the chant on demons and devils, even the bald monk Wu Qinzi himself did not know. His cultivation of the chant of the Devanaga, a secret technique of the Buddhist sect, was still far from being able to repel devils and demons. At this moment, the reason why Yi Xian suddenly became absent-minded and even his consciousness was a little dazed was because of the chant of the Devanaga that the bald monk uttered. It had an invading and soul-sucking effect, If it were any other time, it would have been fine. With Yi Xian's state of mind, he would be able to wake up very quickly. It was impossible for him to be entranced by it. However, it was different now. Even if it was just a few short moments of trance, it was extremely likely to be fatal to him. This was because the golden arrow that the green-robed man shot out had also traversed close to 10 miles of empty space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yi Xian's left chest. It was already less than 100 feet away. Chapter 33-26. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Reversal. As Yi Xian was distracted by the bald monk Wuxia Zi's chant of the 9 heavens and 10 earths Devanaga. The golden arrow shot by the green-robed man had traversed nearly 5 kilometers in an instant and arrived before Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to pierce his left chest, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. One after another, they actually instantly jolted Yi Xian's mind awake from his confusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. Current level, Level 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. The corresponding mind skills and secret techniques have also leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Mind Power Remarkable ability. Mind Reversal. Instantly capture and gain insight into the trajectory of energy. Exert influence with mind power and achieve an instantaneous reversal of energy trajectories. The specific effects and success rate depend on the remarkable abilities level. Current level. Beginner. Do you wish to activate it immediately? The Mind Source Core had leveled up? How was that possible? When he regained consciousness, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if he was hallucinating. His Mind Source Core had originally been at the 6th level, which was second only to the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian in the entire demon race. If the system notification in his head wasn't an illusion, didn't that mean that the Mind Source Core in his head had once again evolved and become the second person in the entire demon race to possess a 7th level Source Core? However, this didn't make sense at all. It was extremely difficult for a Devil person's Mind Source Core to evolve. Even the first Devil Emperor had only reached the 8th level, which was still some distance away from the legendary 9th level Source Core. Even though Yi Xian had encountered many fortuitous encounters and consumed a large number of Devil person's mind cores, Weeping Soul Beasts, Core Sense Crystals and other rare items to upgrade his Mind Source Core, up until now, his Mind Source Core had only reached the 6th level. Although he had indeed encountered 2 abnormal existences in terms of spirit cores, Yi Xian still hadn't been able to understand them until now. The first was the Mad Devil Emperor. As a demonic beast, it was already shocking enough for him to possess a Mind Source Core that only demons possessed. However, that old geezer's Mind Source Core had actually reached the frightening level 8. The one who was even more unreasonable was the wretched Mosquito Butcher. In Yi Xian's opinion, that old geezer was only second to the headless infant corpse in terms of mysteriousness. His Mind Power Source Core had actually reached level 9, which meant that it had surpassed the first demon emperors. However, other than those 2 existences that couldn't be seized with common sense, the rest of the devil cultivators, including Yi Xian, the human who had randomly entered, would definitely not be easy to transform and evolve their spirit cores. They would need to work hard and accumulate experience, and even more so, it would depend on their luck. Now, Yi Xian's mind had been absent-minded for a moment, but as soon as he regained consciousness, the source core in his brain had inexplicably transformed and evolved. This was even more bizarre and strange than a mountain of gold falling from the sky and smashing into his head. If all of this was real, then the source of this was most likely related to the strange absent-mindedness he had experienced earlier. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian vaguely understood what had happened. Evidently, he had profited from a disaster. The bald monk's chant of Devanaga was indeed extraordinary, but it had an unimaginable effect on Yi Xian. The chanting had affected his mind power, causing it to suddenly erupt under pressure. In the end, it had caused his source core to transform and evolve. Of course, whether or not this was the real reason wasn't important. For Yi Xian, the most important thing was the actual benefits he had reaped this time. His source core had evolved to level 7, so the first and most direct benefit was that Yi Xian's mind power level had increased. The unexpected surprise was that all the mind power skills and secret techniques he had mastered had increased as a result of his source core's transformation. The slave seal secret technique had only been at the basic level before, but now that it had advanced to the intermediate level, the effects would be even better when he condensed another slave seal. Besides, the Annihilation Spear and the Destructive Vortex, as well as the two defensive secret techniques, the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion, had also been at the basic level before, but now they had all advanced to the intermediate level. The Mind Lightning technique had also been at the basic level before, but now it had reached the intermediate level. As for the Mind Crush and Mind Charm, they had both been at the intermediate level before, but now they had finally reached the advanced level. These were all the mind power skills and secret techniques Yi Xian had mastered before. Although there were offensive and defensive techniques, as well as secret techniques that used mind power to launch mid-range attacks like the Mind Lightning technique, none of them had reached the divine ability level. When his mind source core had evolved to level 6, Yi Xian had hoped to obtain a divine ability level mind power skill, but he had been disappointed in the end. This time, however, he had finally gotten what he wanted. He had obtained the first mind power skill that could be considered a divine ability. Although it was only at the basic level because he had just obtained it, based on the name of the skill Mind Reversal, the power of this mind power ability had to be extremely extraordinary. Based on the general introduction of the system notification, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of the power of this mind reversal ability. If he was not mistaken, its effect should be similar to the Void Ladle Reverend Spatial Law ability, the Revolving Star Passage technique. The names of the two divine abilities, Stellar Transposition and Beating Cows Through the Mountain, were given by Yi Xian for the Void Ladle. They were both spatial secret techniques that involved the laws of the void of the universe, and should belong to the bloodline ability of the Void Ladle clan. When Yi Xian saw the Void Ladle Senior use it, his eyes were filled with envy. He never thought that he would actually obtain a spiritual power ability that had an effect similar to the Stellar Transposition today. He couldn't wait to test out its might, and now was the best time. All of this took a long time to describe, but it flashed through Yi Xian's mind like a flash of lightning. Almost at the moment his consciousness suddenly woke up, an invisible mind power surged out of his mind and blasted toward the golden arrow that was shooting toward him. Squeak! A sharp sound that made one's teeth ache suddenly rang out. Then, the golden arrow seemed to have been moved in another direction. It was originally aimed at Yi Xian's left chest, and it was less than 30 feet away. But at this moment, as the ear-piercing squeak sounded, the golden arrow that had turned into a golden brilliance strangely stopped. After a quick flash of golden light, it turned around and shot toward the green-robed man in the distance. The change was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning, and it was more like the Revolving Star Passage technique. There was no trace of it. Whoosh! Boom! The sound of breaking through the air faded away. The green-robed man, who had just shot the golden arrow in midair, was caught off guard. His expression changed drastically, and he even forgot to dodge. Chapter 33:27. The Buddha's light protecting my body in vain. Puff! The green-robed man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to his heavy injuries, he lost his consciousness and fell into a coma. Just like half of his arm that had already left his body but was still holding the golden bough, he fell down. At the same time, a dozen exclamations filled with horror sounded instantly. This scene was too sudden. The group of geniuses behind the green-robed man were shocked and could not accept it. Oh my God! What happened? Am I seeing things? The golden arrow was about to pierce his left chest, but it suddenly turned around at the last moment. What a joke! How did he do it? This ability is too terrifying. It's terrifying. The green-robed man used his treasure, the golden bough, but he died inexplicably. What should we do? Before figuring out the strangeness, can we still make a move? Even the bald monk who was chanting was shocked. The chanting in his mouth stopped abruptly, but his mouth was still open. He subconsciously glanced at the green-robed man who was falling down with a dull expression on his face. After a full breath, he came back to his senses with a shock. His face flushed. He turned his head and stared at the group of guys who were exclaiming in midair behind him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save him." Before his voice fell, He had turned his head again and looked at Yi Xian with a dignified face. He said coldly, "Sure enough, you deserve to be called a peerless monster. Although it is a bit exaggerated, you still have some ability. This little monk misjudged you before. Unfortunately, this doesn't change anything. No matter how you did it just now, this little monk can be sure of one thing. Today, you can't escape death. O.M." In the next moment, as Wu Chunzi raised his hand and pointed at his glabella, a purple gold light shot out from it. It expanded with the wind and finally turned into a purple gold bowl the size of a baby's head. It hung above Wu Chunzi's head and poured out endless purple gold light, flowing endlessly on his Buddhist robe. Like the Buddha's light, it had completely enveloped his body. For a moment, even his figure became somewhat hazy and blurry under the purple gold light screen. This treasure is called the Purple Gold Alms Bowl, a defensive treasure of my Buddhist sect. Although it is not a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, it is still a starry sky epic grade Buddhist treasure. In the hazy purple gold Buddha's light, Wu Chunzi seemed to be calm, but his words were clearly filled with arrogance. He said, "Don't be fooled by this layer of Buddha's light that is hazy and thin, but its defensive effect is very terrifying. Just like the golden arrow ray that almost killed the green-robed monk, even if I didn't dodge it and let it touch my body, it would only tickle me. Do you feel despair?" Wu Chunzi was clearly mocking and ridiculing Yi Xian with his last sentence. He was incomparably confident, as if he was toying with Yi Xian like a mouse, and he was the big cat that only wanted to suppress the big mouse. Yi Xian smiled because he suddenly felt that this bald monk in front of him was really very considerate. He had already tested the power of the psychic ability he had just obtained this time. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking about how to test the power of the psychic abilities and secret techniques he had long mastered, but had upgraded at the same time this time. Unexpectedly, before he could decide which one to test first, this considerate monk had already prepared for it. Since the other party had taken the initiative to ask to be a human target, then it would be impolite to refuse. Yi Xian grinned and instantly decided which psychic secret technique to use. In this situation, the Annihilation Spear was the best choice. This technique was a psychic secret technique that used a special method to compress a large amount of psychic origin energy to the extreme, making it infinitely dense and transforming it into a formless psychic spear that could be used to attack. Back then, when he was only at the elementary level, he had helped Yi Xian shatter the restrictive shield of the altar in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave under the Devil Mountain Star, allowing him to obtain the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had later been used for many miraculous feats. At that time, Yi Xian's psychic power was only at the 4th level. Now, Yi Xian's psychic power had reached the 7th level, and the Annihilation Spear had also been upgraded from the elementary level to the intermediate level, so its power was bound to be even more terrifying. At least in Yi Xian's opinion, it should be no problem at all to shatter this bald monk's protective Buddhist light. Run my ass. Did this young master say something like that? After rolling his eyes and retorting, Yi Xian grinned and said something that confused everyone. But since you're so considerate, this young master won't argue with you. Also, thank you. At the same time, he had already activated the psychic power in his Sea of Consciousness with all his might. In the next instant, the psychic power source core that was suspended in the air above his Sea of Consciousness suddenly started to rotate faster and faster, pouring out a large amount of psychic power that rapidly converged and compressed above Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. In the short span of a breath, the level 7 psychic power pouring out from the psychic power source core had reached a terrifying level. This meant that Yi Xian's psychic power source core had already evolved to the 7th level, and the total amount of psychic power had skyrocketed several times compared to before. Otherwise, this level of consumption would have been a huge burden for him. In the blink of an eye, a small psychic bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of psychic origin energy had already formed. Without any delay, it instantly shot out from his Sea of Consciousness like an infinitely dense and heavy strand of hair toward Wu Chunzi, who was suspended in mid-air in front of him. Sizzle! This annihilation, which was condensed from a large amount of level 7 psychic power, was too thin. It was concentrated like a strand of hair, and its density was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. However, its diameter was so small that it was negligible. At this moment, the source core in Yi Xian's brain was urged to shoot out with all its might. Because its speed was too fast, although it made a sharp sound as it tore through the air, it didn't last long because it had already arrived in front of Wuxia in the blink of an eye and hit its target. Whoosh! A soft sound like mercury spilling over the ground was heard. The hazy layer of protective purple-gold Buddhist light on the surface of Wuxia's body collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The purple-gold bowl that was suspended above his head was obviously affected as well. Its brilliance immediately dimmed, and its energy field seemed to have been thrown into disorder and was no longer under control. It directly fell down and smashed into Wuxia's shiny head with a bang. An extremely eye-catching bulge quickly rose up. This head was really hard. The sound of the purple-gold bowl smashing down was actually like the sound of metal clashing. Even Yi Xian was a little surprised. He stared at the big bulge on Wuxia's head for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Could it be that your Buddhist sect's ancestor's head is full of bulges? Could it be that this is how it came to be? I have to say, the Buddhist sect is indeed the Buddhist sect. Not to mention other things for the time being, this melon is really not an ordinary porcelain head. TSK. It's passed down from one generation to another. No wonder. Puffed. Just as Yi Xian's voice sounded, Wuxia, whose body's protective Buddhist light had collapsed, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The annihilation spear was condensed from a large amount of pure level 7 psychic power. Other than the slight sound of it breaking through the air when it was shot out, there were no traces to be found. He simply couldn't dodge it. Chapter 33-28. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation AO at this moment. A bloody hole that was much thinner than a toothpick appeared in the middle of Wuxia's chest. It was bright from the front to the back. This was the result of the annihilation spear piercing through his body. Although the hole was so small that it almost didn't exist, more than half of the huge spiritual power contained in it quickly spread after entering the body. It was eroding Wuxia's body completely, making him on the verge of collapse. The feeling of the whole body being wantonly stirred by an invisible force was really not a normal kind of pain. It made him temporarily lose his combat power. He had no time to think about it, but he couldn't. What kind of power is this? It's not the power of a cultivator's cultivation, nor the power of divine sense, nor the power of the body's qi and blood. It's more like spiritual power? Forcibly enduring the invisible force raging in his body like a violent hurricane, Wuxia was in so much pain that his face twitched. His shiny forehead with a big bump was covered with fine beads of sweat. He stared fiercely at Yi Xian and gritted his teeth. At the end of his words, his eyes burst with light as if he finally understood. He gasped and suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, it's definitely spiritual power. Ling Huchong, you're not a human." No matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably awkward. Wu Chen's original intention was to say that Yi Xian wasn't a human, but a devil cultivator. However, the shock in his heart was too strong. It came so suddenly that he didn't even care about the measures of his words. "You're not a human. You're a damn bald thief." Yi Xian understood what he meant, but he was still angry in his heart. He immediately made a decision and cursed back loudly. At this time, the more than 20 young geniuses behind Wuxia finally realized what had happened. Their bodies shook violently, and they exclaimed again, "I seem to have missed something. Wuxia's state is a bit strange. Why did that layer of hazy purple gold protective Buddha's light suddenly collapse? It's not just the protective Buddha's light collapsing. Could it be that you are cross-eyed? Even the purple gold Buddhist alms bowl that was hovering above his head was controlled and fell to the ground. What's on top of Wuxia's head? It's like an egg, shiny and shiny. It was actually smashed by its own Buddhist treasure. This is too strange. Who is that Ling Huchong? He attacked twice in a row. First, he made the golden dagger radiance of green robe turn around and devour him. Then he shattered Wu Chunzi's protective Buddhist light. The big bump on his forehead was smashed out. The most important thing is that we don't know how he did it at all. Everything happened right in front of us, but we couldn't find any trace of it. Ling Huchong clearly stood in the void on the other side and didn't move at all. He defeated the two great geniuses with ease. His methods are too mysterious and creepy. Look, he's finally moved. He's waving his giant fist and smashing it towards Wu Chunzi. My God, is Wu Chunzi stupid? He didn't even try to resist and was smashed into the dust by his fist. Too savage. This is simply a mecha god of death. Even Wu Chunzi was shocked by this murderous aura. I don't even have the desire to fight back. Run, the mecha-killing god is coming this way. Not far in the front. After rolling his eyes and replying to Wu Chunzi, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. His figure flashed, and the mecha giant that was 10 feet tall swept in front of Wu Chunzi in the blink of an eye. Without saying a word, the terrifying giant fist that was not much smaller than a water tank smashed towards Wu Chunzi's face. Boom! Ow! A heavy sound that made one's scalp tingle was heard, followed by a long and mournful wolf howl from Wu Chunzi's throat. In the face of this terrifying giant fist that was several times thicker than his body, Wu Chunzi couldn't resist it at all without the protection of the Buddhist light. With one punch, 50 to 60% of the bones in his body were broken, and a large number of bloody wounds burst out of his body. Blood mist splashed out, and his whole body almost exploded. In the midst of the miserable howl, his body also quickly fell to the ground below, following in the footsteps of the man in green robe before him. Before the appearance of the fallen devil son and the witch dust maiden Wu Chunzi, who was known as one of the cultivation camp's top 10 prodigies, should not have been so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. The key was that the purple gold alms bowl that he was extremely confident in, which he had always relied on as a protective treasure, was too disappointing this time. Not only did the protective Buddhist light that poured out collapse in an instant, but it also directly landed on his head, smashing a big bump. For Wu Chunzi, who had always been proud and liked to show off even though he was a disciple of a Buddhist disciple, this was already bad enough. In addition, at this moment, the 7th level spiritual power was still raging and surging in his body, mercilessly torturing every inch of his flesh and blood cells. At this moment, he was completely out of shape and had never been so weak before. Therefore, he was so easily knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. He howled and fell to the ground below with his eyes rolled back. So it's a wild wolf wearing a kasaya. He usually pretends to be a human, but when he's beaten up, he howls and reveals everything. This is really a Buddhist misfortune. Ha ha ha. After knocking Wu Chunzi down to the ground with one punch, Yi Xian was very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, then turned his head to look at the void slightly further away. In his line of sight, the 20 or so heaven's prides from various sects who had been following behind Wu Chunzi and the green-robed man had turned deathly pale and scattered like birds and beasts with a loud rumble. This group of people was scared out of their wits. Wu Chunzi and the green-robed man were the strongest existences in their group, and their skills were even more extraordinary. Unexpectedly, they were knocked down to the ground by their opponents in a single blow. The key was how they did all this, and they still did not understand until now. This kind of strangeness was terrifying. At this moment, these 20 or so prodigies of the cultivation camp had already lost their fighting spirit. The only thought in their minds was to leave this area as soon as possible. Their opponents were too ferocious, too abnormal, simply inhuman. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Weren't all of you majestic and boundless just now? Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he directly chased after them. His hearty laughter sounded again. Don't worry, this young master has always convinced people with virtue, so I won't do anything to you. At least I can guarantee that I will definitely not beat the shit out of you. Ha ha ha. Boom. Oh? Before the loud laughter fell, Yi Xian had already caught up with one of them. His giant fist casually blasted out, and the other party instantly spat out blood. When his body fell, the familiar wolf howl also sounded at the right time. Facing all of this, the 8 fellows that Yi Xian had captured earlier looked at each other from afar. They looked at each other in shock. The thought of escaping that had always existed in their hearts finally dissipated at this moment. This guy is too ferocious. He's simply a god of death. The key is that he's so shameless. He's already so violent, but he still hoots about using virtue to convince people with a straight face. Seeing the pitiful fellows in the distance who were fleeing like birds and beasts, and in the blink of an eye, a second one was blasted to the ground and let out the same mournful wolf howl without suspense. One of the 8 people's faces turned pale as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He weakly said to the other 7 brothers in the same boat, "We really can't afford to offend this kind of ferocious and shameless guy. It's better to obediently stay here. If we don't escape and get caught again, we'll most likely break our throats from crying." Chapter 33-29. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Joint Fleet has arrived. Boom! Kachacha! A woo! The glazed armor, which was as big as a small mountain, was like a god descending from the heavens. Its speed was so fast that it turned into a streak of purple light that was as fast as a meteor. It wandered in all directions, and when it got close, it would directly punch out. Now, this was the 20th time that Yi Xian had attacked. From the beginning of the chase until now, he had completed it in just over a minute. The undying glazed armor, which was a quasi-starry sky-level treasure, was too amazing. The second mecha form even had an antimatter kinetic propulsion device. Once it was activated, Yi Xian's speed would be doubled. However, this group of geniuses from the various sects of the cultivation camp had long since lost their will to fight when they saw the cyan-robed man and Wuxia being defeated in an instant. Once Yi Xian caught up to them and threw a punch at them, they didn't encounter any resistance at all. After the last punch, the same sound of bones cracking resounded. Yi Xian had already gotten used to it. What followed was the howl of a wolf. The 24th Heaven's pride from the cultivation camp fell to the ground with a pale face. At this point, this hunting team had been completely annihilated. If they were to include the 8 people from the previous team, Yi Xian would have already captured 32 prisoners of war. Their identities and backgrounds were all extraordinary. If they were to be strung together, they would at least have the effect of a protective talisman. But this was not enough. According to his plan, he would not let go of anyone who entered the space inside Shinnong's treasure cauldron. There were still 4 hunting teams to be dealt with. I will give you 30 minutes to heal your wounds. Since you are prisoners of war, you have to follow behind me and fight with me. Those who have not recovered their mobility after 30 minutes will be killed without mercy. Standing a kilometer in the air, Yi Xian looked around and glanced at the 24 prisoners on the ground below. He said the same words as before. Not far away, the 8 people who were captured by Yi Xian in the first batch had already slipped over. At this time, they were already convinced. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the 9th realm, origin 7th stage, after putting on this amazing quasi-starry sky-level treasure armor, his actual combat strength had completely surpassed that of an origin realm cultivator. He could already fight against existences in the Grotto Heaven realm. In the face of such an existence, they had no resistance at all. Previously, they had thought that this was just a hunt. Now, they knew that this was just serving. After realizing this, the 8 people unconsciously changed their mentality. They probably felt that at least they belonged to the same technological faction as young Master Linghu. Moreover, they were the first batch of prey to be captured. At least, they felt more superior than the group of geniuses from the cultivation faction who had just finished their battle. Therefore, after the 8 people rushed over, they first nodded and smiled at Yi Xian. Then, they spread out, puffed out their chests, and shouted at the geniuses from the cultivation faction who were still dawdling on the ground. They were all acting like qualified lackeys. Wuxia and the other geniuses from the cultivation faction were gnashing their teeth. But there was nothing they could do. Not bad, not bad. You guys are finally enlightened. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied when he saw these 8 fellows being so tactful. He nodded his head in praise. Since that's the case, then this young master will not take away the cultivation resources in your battle weapons and storage magic treasures. From now on, you will be the 8 great Vajra of this young master's captive camp, including these 24 fellows. After that, all the captives will be under your management. If anyone dares to disagree, just report it. I'll give them another punch. Yi Xian's last few words were clearly meant for Wuxia and the others. It was meant to be a warning. However, in the ears of the 8 great Vajras, it was no different from heavenly music. They were instantly overjoyed and repeatedly flattered him. Then the 8 people quickly got into their roles. After they spread out, they kept shouting and looting all the storage magic treasures in the hands of the 24 geniuses from the cultivation faction. They even found the golden bow and purple gold bowl that had fallen into the dust during the previous battle and respectfully handed them to Yi Xian. Sure enough, they're all fat sheep. Why didn't I think of this before? This is the rhythm of getting rich overnight. Looking at the small pile of storage magic treasures in front of him, Yi Xian used his divine sense to scan them. When he saw the cultivation resources, elixir refinement materials, and equipment forging materials, he couldn't help but be speechless and praise them. These people were all from the cultivation faction and were like the successors of various sections. Although the resources in their hands were far inferior to Yi Xian's because of the difference in location, there were some things that even Yi Xian didn't have. Therefore, even he was surprised by the harvest this time and was very satisfied. Apart from the cultivation resources, elixir refinement materials, and equipment forging materials, the finished magic treasures were not satisfactory. Out of all the defensive and offensive magic treasures of the 24 geniuses, only the golden bow and purple gold bowl caught Yi Xian's eyes. They were perfect starry sky epic grade magic treasures. All of them were stored in Yi Xian's undying world with a wave of his hand. Wuxia, Green Robe, and the others were gnashing their teeth. In the blink of an eye, they were poor. Not only did all their cultivation resources fall into the hands of the enemy, even their defensive and offensive magic treasures were all confiscated. Not a single one was left. This time, they suffered a great loss. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone regained their ability to move. Among them, a few geniuses, such as Wuxia and Green Robe, had even recovered half of their combat strength. Yi Xian waved his hand and led this group of people to set off again. There were still 4 hunting teams to deal with. In the void of the universe outside the Shinnong Cauldron, the young geniuses of the major forces and sects of the human clan had been in the space inside the cauldron for some time, but at this moment no news came out. Gong Wuxin, the last disciple of the master of the Ground Extinction Palace from the cultivation camp, had the crystal ball echo technique, which could transmit everything that happened inside the cauldron, but for some reason it had not been used yet. Just as the experts of the major forces waiting outside the space trap formation were getting impatient, in the void of the universe in a certain direction in the distance, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was sailing over at this moment. A huge blood-red bull head was etched on the hull of the ship. This was the barbarian bull clan from the Federation of the Second Universe. Following this small fortress, more than a dozen space fortresses appeared. They were also from the Federation of the Second Universe, including the Inji clan, the Wood Spirit clan, and other top-ranking clans in the Second Universe. Seeing the arrival of the joint fleet of the various clans of the Second Federation, all the experts of the human clan around, including Zhang Yi, who was in charge of the external affairs of the space trap formation, turned their heads to look, but no one made a sound. After all, Zhang Yi had said before that Ling Huchong had committed many evil deeds, and everyone had the right to punish him. Although the barbarian bull clan came from the Second Universe, they were also one of the clans of the Federation. It was normal for them to come this time to get a share of the pie. Chapter 3330. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Crystal Ball Shadow Soon. The Alliance fleet from the Second Universe stopped in the void far away from the space trap array and occupied a direction. Then, the main passageways of all the small fortresses and space fortresses in the fleet opened, and several powerhouses rushed out. This fleet was basically composed of the top Federation clans in the Second Universe. This time, they came to fight for the Shinnong Cauldron, and they could even secretly fight for the peerless genius of the human race, Ling Huchong. Therefore, any of the clans of the Federation had sent out their high-level elders, and at the same time some powerful young juniors. Some of these high-level elders knew Zhang Yi of the Heavenly War Empire. At this moment, after they rushed out of the battleship, they greeted him one after another and asked him about the situation. Then, a foreign hunting team formed by the young juniors of the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe was formed. There were a total of 13 people, and their strength was extraordinary. Their cultivation was at the 9th realm, the peak of the 9th level, the origin. Among them, the most eye-catching were the young patriarch of the Inji clan, Ji Jinghong, the young protagonist of the barbarian Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Princess Medusa of the colorful Python clan, and Lang Ganglai, the descendant of the greedy Wolf clan. After you enter the space inside the cauldron, if you meet Gong Wuxin of the Diju Palace, remember to ask him to use the crystal ball shadow technique to transmit the image in the cauldron in real time, especially after you find Ling Huchong and before you launch a full-scale attack on him. Zhang Yi was floating in the void, sitting cross-legged, nodding and greeting the high-level elders of the various clans of the second universe. Then, he glanced at Ji Jinghong and the other 13 heavenly legends of the other universe. He seemed to be extremely confident and resolute as he continued with a faint smile. That brat is arrogant and unruly, but he will definitely not be able to escape this time. Although we are restricted by the rules of this King Cauldron's own domain and cannot enter to personally suppress him, we cannot miss such a delightful scene. Remember this. In this regard, whether it was the elites of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe who had just arrived or the large number of powerhouses of the human clan who were waiting in the surrounding void, they all deeply agreed and nodded. No one felt that Zhang Yi was bragging. After all, although he, Zhang Er, Zhang Si, and the other Heavenly Battle Emperor clan elders had been heavily abused by Yi Xian, with 1 dead and 3 injured, they had been taught a painful lesson. However, that was only because Yi Xian had taken out the Shinong cauldron and relied on it to suppress others. Now that the giant cauldron had been summoned and the person had entered the cauldron, everyone felt that no matter how strong Yi Xian was, he would not be able to escape from the joint attack of more than 200 young prodigies from various clans. Indeed, this scene should not be missed. It would definitely be very exciting. As Ji Jinghong and the other 13 heavenly legends from the second universe entered the cauldron, all the experts who stayed in the void outside the array eagerly anticipated the scene. They wanted to see Yi Xian being suppressed as soon as possible. In the cauldron's space, after suppressing the 2 hunting teams, Yi Xian led the 32 heavens chosen captives behind him to move again. Then they encountered another hunting team. And this time, the remaining 4 hunting teams all arrived at the same time. The battle that had happened here before had already attracted the attention of the other hunting teams who were in charge of searching in other directions. They hurried over, but unfortunately Yi Xian was too fast. Before they arrived, the battle had already ended. At this moment, the remaining 4 hunting teams were occupying the surrounding space, surrounding Yi Xian and the 32 heavens chosen captives behind him. When these guys saw that even Wu Chenzi had been captured and was now following behind Yi Xian with his head lowered in shame and anger, they were all shocked. Even so, they still did not think that they would follow in Wu Chenzi's footsteps. After all, the total number of people in the 4 hunting teams was more than 100. In their opinion, no matter how amazing this young master Ling Hu's skills were, it was impossible for him to turn the tables. Since he was already surrounded by 4 hunting teams, his fate was sealed. Among the 4 hunting teams, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru occupied one side. Behind them were basically all heavenly legends from the technology faction. They had the most people, nearly 50 of them. Dongfang Lin and the other experts in his team were also among them. This group of people had fled after the battle with Yi Xian. When they encountered the Purplish Warbler and the others, they gathered together. In the end, they still did not give up. They wanted to wait until they had enough people before making a move on Yi Xian. In their opinion, the time had come. The other 3 teams had fewer people, each with only 20 or so people. There were experts from both the cultivation faction and the technology faction, and the leaders were from the cultivation faction. They were as famous as Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong. At this moment, the 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Amongst the younger generation geniuses of the cultivation camp, the 3 of them were called the 4 heroes along with the Buddhist sect's Wu Chenzi. Now that Wu Chenzi had been captured by Yi Xian, there was actually a large bump on his shiny head that looked like a baby's fist. He looked extremely miserable, and this was simply slapping their faces. Although the 3 of them were angry at Wu Chenzi for being useless, they hated Yi Xian even more. Once this matter was spread out, people would definitely talk behind their backs. It did not matter if the reputation of the 4 heroes of cultivation was ruined, but the problem was that the 3 of them were implicated and left a stain on their reputation. Ling Huchong, don't make a mistake. After all, you are also a human expert. Although the reputation of being a peerless monster is a bit exaggerated, you are still a rare genius of the younger generation. As long as you swear an oath to join the Tenju Heavenly Palace and serve us wholeheartedly, the Tenju Heavenly Palace will help you deal with the aftermath of the conflict with the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. Gong Wuxin was the first to speak. He said these words to Yi Xian, but it seemed that he did not mean it. This was the mission of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. If it were him, he would definitely take the opportunity to get rid of the other party. What peerless monster! Gong Wuxin was not convinced at all and had a strong hostility. Bah! What is the Tenju Heavenly Palace? Are you worthy of this young master swearing an oath of loyalty? Could it be that you're still sleep-talking? Yi Xian sneered and retorted with no trace of politeness. It would have been better if the other party did not mention the Tenju Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian's attitude was not so bad. Now that the other party mentioned the Tenju Heavenly Palace, it was as if the anger in Yi Xian's heart had been ignited. This young master will also give you a piece of advice. You'd better hand over your storage magic treasure immediately and surrender. Otherwise, you will be suppressed on the spot. Pooh! Gong Wuxin was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He had suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to persuade the other party. But in the end, he was threatened and asked to surrender his storage magic treasure in front of everyone. This was simply unreasonable. Thinking of this, Gong Wuxin was so angry that he laughed. Ling Huchong, good. Today I want to see who will be suppressed. Speaking of this, Gong Wuxin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Humph! Aren't you very arrogant? I will fulfill your wish and let the whole world know the truth of this battle. The experts of the 3 great universes will see how you are suppressed by me. Chapter 33-31. It's too cruel. The crystal ball mirage technique was an auxiliary Taoist technique. Although it did not possess any offensive power, it was a technique that allowed one to condense a crystal ball using one's divine ability. It could project all the sights and sounds on the other side of the isolated plane and void. It was said that when this divine ability was cultivated to a high level, one could even see the secrets of the heavens and see the past and the future. It was incomparably mysterious. Even in the human clan's cultivation camp, only the overlord of cultivation, Tenju Heavenly Palace, still retained the cultivation method of this mystic technique, and there were not many people who cultivated it, only a dozen people in each generation. Gong Wuxin was the last disciple of the palace master of the Earth Palace, the second palace of the 10 absolute heavenly palaces. There was no doubt about his talent. Although he had not been cultivating the crystal ball mirage technique for a long time, he had already reached a higher level and could be considered to have made some achievements. At this moment, as Gong Wuxin shouted, a silvery white light rushed out of his body and soared into the sky like a meteor. It hung 10,000 meters above the space inside the cauldron and turned into a transparent silver ball about a meter in diameter. Poured out a faint moonlight. This kind of technique was very mysterious. At first glance, it didn't look like a technique at all. Instead, it looked like a silver-white spherical magic weapon. It attracted Yi Xian's interest and he looked over. Then, he grinned and pointed at the sky, saying to Gong Wuxin, "Crystal ball mirage?" In other words, everything that happens in the space within the cauldron can be transmitted out through this silver ball of light and can be seen by the people outside? This is really interesting. Are you a pervert? While he was talking, Yi Xian suddenly dashed out. His combat suit, more than 10 meters tall, turned into a purple arrow and reached Gong Wuxin in the blink of an eye. He punched out. You are being abused, and yet you are making a crystal ball to transmit the video of the scene. What a unique hobby you have. Bang! Kachacha! A woo! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a huge bang rang out, followed by the sound of many bones breaking. After that, Gong Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a familiar mournful howl. His speed was simply too fast. Before his figure rushed out, He had already secretly stored up energy and activated the antimatter propulsion system of the glazed mech suit, instantly increasing his speed by 2 times. Under such extreme speed and the distance between them was not too far, Gong Wuxin could not react at all. In fact, not only Gong Wuxin but all the experts in the other 3 directions of the void were the same. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were dumbfounded, but they did not make a move. These people were all young prodigies from the cultivation camp. Now that the relationship between the 2 camps was tense, these young prodigies from the technology camp were hostile to Gong Wuxin and the other prodigies from the cultivation camp. Although Ling Huchong was arrogant and unruly, the Ling Hu family was one of the most powerful families in the technology camp. Therefore, when they saw the prodigies from the cultivation camp attacking him, these experts from the technology camp were subconsciously unwilling to help. In addition, the 3 girls from the Purplish Warbler did not say anything, so these experts from the technology camp all stood in place, unmoved. Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong, who were guarding the other 2 directions, did the same. They did not belong to the same sect as Gong Wuxin. The former came from the Tenju Celestial Palace, the overlord of the cultivation camp. Since he said that he was going to fight Yi Xian alone, Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong naturally would not act rashly. This was a thankless task, so it was completely unnecessary. Even if they wanted to encircle and annihilate Gong Wuxin, they would have to wait until the end of this battle. Only the 20 or so people who belonged to the same hunting team as Gong Wuxin saw that the former was actually ambushed by Yi Xian. They were caught off guard and instantly disintegrated their combat strength. Their entire bodies collapsed, and they were instantly filled with shock and anger. They roared as they charged towards Yi Xian, taking out all sorts of magic treasures and wildly bombarding him. Spiritual crush. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. At the same time, the spiritual power source core in his mind began to operate rapidly again. A formless wave of level 7 spiritual power instantly spread out like a tsunami, directly enveloping the 20 or so experts from the cultivation camp who were rushing toward him. Spiritual crush was a secret spiritual technique that used spiritual power to attack the mind. Compared to the spiritual power attacks of human cultivators, spiritual power was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. At least it was true for human powerhouses. As the spiritual energy enveloped them, the 20 or so figures that were charging towards Yi Xian suddenly froze. Their consciousnesses had all fallen into a trance, as if they'd been bewitched. Yi Xian's spiritual crush had only been at the intermediate level before, but now it was at the advanced level. In addition, his spiritual power source core had just undergone another transformation and evolution, so the spiritual power surging out of it had reached level 7, so its power had doubled. Therefore, even though these people were all at the late stage of the origin stage, level 8 or even level 9, which made them stronger than Yi Xian, they were still caught off guard and fell into a trance. Although this trance might not last for too long, it was enough for Yi Xian. Boom! Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! A woo! A woo! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's figure shot out once again, and in a split second, he rushed into the crowd. Every time he simply swung his fist, there would be a huge bang and a bone-chilling sound of bone cracking, followed by a mournful howl of a wolf. Each scream was louder than the last. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so powerhouses from the cultivation camp who had fallen into a trance were lying on the ground in disarray. This scene was too shocking. At least, the 100 or so powerhouses in the other 3 directions did not expect this. Even if Yi Xian was wearing a stunning glass armor, his combat strength should not be so abnormal to such an extent. One had to know that these 20-odd cultivators were all the top geniuses of the various sects, and their cultivations were all at the 8th or 9th level of the origin realm. But now, they were like a flock of lambs, being charged into the flock by Yi Xian, the ferocious wolf. After wreaking havoc, not a single one of them resisted. It was so strange that it was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so people had their bones and tendons broken and fell into the dust. The only figure that was still standing in the void was Yi Xian, who was about 30 meters tall and looked like a god in purple armor. Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong opened their mouths wide and muttered to themselves with a solemn expression. How can this be? is too strange. No one fought back. How did he do it? There's a mystery behind this. What other secret methods does this kid have? Chapter 33-32. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Challenging in Aragong Wuxin was known as the leader of the 4 heroes of the human race. But at this moment, he was crushed by Yi Xian in front of nearly 200 human race powerhouses. Gong Wuxin's accidental stumble could be attributed to Yi Xian's sudden sneak attack. But the 20 or so human race powerhouses who were crushed right after him were absolutely crushed by Yi Xian in a direct confrontation. They even seized the initiative. The 20 or so human race powerhouses attacked at the same time. They had already taken out their magic weapons, and their cultivation levels were generally higher than Yi Xian's. But the final result was still as expected. The 20 or so human race powerhouses were crushed in less than a minute. All of this shocked everyone. Even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were dumbfounded. They knew that Yi Xian was a monster, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifyingly strong. He was simply a ferocious monster. As for the more than 50 young prodigies from the various major clans behind them, their bodies trembled violently as they sucked in cold breaths of air. At this moment, Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong finally understood why Wu Chun, who was also one of the 4 young heroes of the cultivation camp, was suppressed by Yi Xian. Previously, they felt that they had lost face, but now they no longer felt that way. Even Gong Wuxin, the leader of the 4 heroes, was defeated, let alone Wu Chunzi. After this battle, the so-called 4 heroes of the human race had completely become history. In the future, when people mentioned this once famous name, they would most likely feel that it wasn't true. Only Wu Chunzi and the others had already suffered a great loss at Yi Xian's hands. At this moment, just like him, the 32 captives that were surrounded by the remaining 4 hunting teams felt an inexplicable sense of relief in their hearts. They did feel humiliated and hated Yi Xian, but when they saw that even Gong Wuxin was suppressed in an instant, the humiliation in their hearts naturally faded away. At this moment, even Yi Xian seemed to be more pleasing to the eye in their eyes. After all, the way Gongwu Xian and the others looked at them when they were surrounded by the 4 teams was very irritating. But now, this guy was finally suppressed by Yi Xian in an instant. There was no suspense at all. It was simply too satisfying. There's something strange about this brat. Gongwu Xian didn't even have a chance to use his techniques before he was suppressed. Presumably, Wu Chunzi is also in the same situation. We can't let this continue. Otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. Yu Xianlong's eyes flashed and she suddenly shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together and suppress Ling Huchong first." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible and strange aura suddenly surged out from his body. The air trembled slightly, and like an incomparably heavy ripple, it surged out from his body. More than 100 translucent egg-sized balls instantly appeared around him, and whooshing sounds rang out endlessly as they all shot towards Yi Xian. Heavy water, true thunder. Once it did, a small part of the void would collapse. Wu Chunzi, what are you waiting for? Have you lost all will to fight after being floated up? Everyone, let's attack together. Chou Doufu also roared at this moment. His eyes first swept toward Wu Chunzi and the 8 great guardian deities behind Yi Xian. At the same time, he raised his right hand and pointed at Yi Xian from afar. Void fusion finger. Rumble. At this moment, a large amount of blue flames gushed out from Chou Doufu's body. The flames surged and roared, but there was no heat. It seemed to have frozen this part of the void. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. There were already faint cracking sounds on the ground below, and some puddles began to freeze. At the same time, as he raised his hand and pointed at Chou Doufu's position, a blue line condensed from the void rapidly shot toward Yi Xian. This scene was too strange. Anyone who saw it could instantly understand that if this blue line of ice came into contact with their body, even a starry sky expert would instantly be turned into an ice sculpture. The nearly 50 starry sky experts behind the 2 of them also made their move at this moment. Among them, in addition to the prodigies of the various sects from the cultivation camp, there were also some experts from the technology camp. However, they were from other fields and were not familiar with the top gene fluid families, so they did not team up with the purplish warbler and the others. At this moment, they also made their move. For a moment, more than 50 experts rushed toward Yixian at the same time. Their momentum rose to the sky, and a small part of the void was covered by the dazzling light of various artifacts. Yixian, who was in the middle of this light curtain, was completely submerged. The 50 experts of the technology camp behind the 3 purplish warbler girls were also moved. They could see that Yixian seemed to be doomed this time. He was already submerged in the dazzling light of the artifacts. There was no way for him to escape. The 50 people all looked at the 3 purplish warbler girls. After all, this hunting team was led by the captive girl. The purplish warbler rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at? I'm not feeling well today. I'm just here to watch the fun. If you want to fight, do as you please." Zhao Chanru also nodded. "That's right. I'm the same. I won't get involved in a girl's fight. I'm just here to be a bystander." Duanmu Xiaocha was even more ruthless. She directly raised her hand and stroked her small belly. She frowned and said, "Don't look at me. I'm having a stomachache today. I can't move around." In the end, the 50 experts of the technology camp behind the 3 girls all rushed out one after another and joined the encirclement. This was a rare opportunity, and they didn't want to miss it. When young Master Linghu was suppressed later, all the aristocratic families and sects that had juniors from their clans who had fought before could rightfully jump out and ask for a share of the benefits. In the blink of an eye, the number of geniuses from the various clans that were rushing towards Yixian at the same time had already exceeded 100. The glass armor that was like a small mountain had already been completely drowned out by the endless brilliance of magic treasures. Seeing this scene, Wu Chenzi and the others who were behind Yixian and weren't affected by the light curtain of the artifacts showed hesitation on their faces. In their opinion, no matter how strong Yixian was, he was probably going to be suppressed this time. There was probably no way he could turn the situation around. Even the 8 great guardian deities were a little hesitant. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty, and they were in a dilemma. But in the end, they didn't make a move. Wu Chenzi gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from his mouth. "This little monk has not recovered from his serious injuries. I want to fight, but it's a pity that I don't have the strength." The 8 great guardian deities rolled their eyes. This was clearly the rhythm of not wanting to take the risk of getting a few more big bumps on their heads. He actually said it in such a dignified manner. He was indeed a bald thief. Peace of mind. As soon as Wu Chenzi finished speaking, a violent roar suddenly came from the center of the void that was enveloped by the light of the artifacts. It was Yi Xian's voice. Then, a strange scene appeared. The 8 great guardian deities and the other 32 prisoners of war subconsciously turned to look. What they saw instantly shocked them. Chapter 33:33. Eyeballs all over the floor. This was a divine ability that Yixian had inherited from the mutated demonic dragon bloodline. In the legends of the primordial era, the demon dragon was actually the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon or the torch dragon. Legend has it that it had a human face and a dragon's body. It held a candle in its mouth, illuminating the dark and gloomy places in the northwest where there was no sun. It was said that its power was extremely great. When it opened its eyes, the whole sky was bright, which was the day. When it closed its eyes, the sky was dark, which was the night. His peace is darkness, his vision is light. He was referring to Torch Dragon. It was a simple name, but the aura and majesty it exuded was fascinating. To put it bluntly, it meant that when one opens one's eyes, it is day. When one closes one's eyes, it is night. The entire world, such a vast world, was decided by the simple opening of a living creature's eyes. This kind of saying was a little too exaggerated and mysterious. It was indeed hard for people to accept. But at this moment, the scene in front of Wu Chenzi was clearly so. Phew! As Yixian's light shout faded away, a low hiss quickly sounded out from the area where the brilliance of the magic treasure was wreaking havoc. Although the sound didn't have an imposing aura, nor did it have a soul-stirring might, as the strange hiss entered his ears, Wu Chen clearly felt his primordial spirit tremble slightly. A throbbing and uneasiness that came from the depths of his soul caused his expression to change once again. Although this strange sound was obscure, the pressure was as if the will of heaven and earth in this entire universe was whispering. Although it was still Yi Xian's voice, it revealed an inexplicable ancient aura. At the same time, a green and hazy brilliance suddenly leaked out like a rainbow. That void was originally enveloped by the endless radiance of the magic treasures. But at this moment, as the green light rushed up from the central area of the magic treasure light screen, it actually spread across the heavens and the earth in an instant. The originally radiant magic treasure light screen completely dimmed, and then fell into the void one after another. Even the 100 or so starry sky powerhouses, including Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong, who were originally rushing over and had already surrounded the Dharma treasure light curtain, suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone seemed to have fallen into an incomparably sticky quagmire in an instant. A painful expression appeared on their faces. Their bodies struggled in the void, trying to break free from some invisible shackles. But it was futile. Don't worry. This young Lord Yi Xian translation. Lord Yi Xian editor. Translation boom. Ka-cha-cha-cha. A woo. As Yi Xian's voice sounded out once more, a loud sound followed. It was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and an incomparably mournful howl of a wolf. One after another, the sound reverberated in the air without end. The universe void outside the Shenong cauldron. Half a day had passed, but the star field where the space trap array was located did not become quiet. Instead, as time went by, it became even more lively. The fleets and starry sky powerhouses that had gathered here before did not leave. They were ready to make a move, and they were planning something, or they were just here to watch the show. The Zhantu ancestor of the Emperor clan who went to visit friends still had not returned, and the two peerless geniuses of the human science and technology camp, Fairy Yinxia and Xiaoyaozi, had not yet appeared. As for the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters from the first universe, it was also still on its way. The young clan leader Ji Jinghong of the Yingji clan, young Master Ritian of the Barbarian Bull clan, young Master Jin Haoyan of the Golden Eagle clan, Princess Medusa of the Colorful Python clan, and Lang Ganglai of the Greedy Wolf clan led the team of heavenly talents of the second universe. Not long after they entered the space inside the Shenong cauldron, there was a sudden abnormality in the space trap array, which attracted the attention of all the powerhouses around. Whoosh! A huge sound like a waterfall suddenly poured out of the space trap array. In the void above the Shenong cauldron, which was as huge as a star, a silver light curtain suddenly appeared without warning. Its diameter was very vast, and it was like a small sky curtain that enveloped the sky above the star cauldron. It contrasted well with the 9-colored mist that was gushing out of the star cauldron below, and it presented a dreamlike scene. All the starry sky powerhouses outside the space trap array were stunned. They did not understand what had happened, and some of them even looked suspicious. The crystal ball mirage technique? It seems that they have already met. Among the large flying magic weapons such as the huge battleships from the cultivation camp, an elder from the Earth Extinction Temple laughed loudly. This time Ling Huchong can't escape. Let's see what he chooses. I hope this kid doesn't make a mistake. Ha ha ha. All the starry sky powerhouses around suddenly realized that this was the crystal ball mirage technique. It was an ancient technique from the second temple of the Tenju heavenly palaces, the Earth Extinction Temple. It was really extraordinary. It could break through the internal field of the giant star cauldron and transmit the image inside. It appeared in this vast silver light that was like a sky curtain. Everyone was refreshed. Finally, they didn't have to be bored anymore. They could wait and watch at the same time. At this moment, with the sudden flash of the silver light curtain like a sky curtain, there was a sudden exclamation in the void outside the space trap array. Look! The image of the silver light curtain appeared. Ling Huchong, it really is Ling Huchong. I see him. It seems that he has been besieged. The void he is in is surrounded by the powerhouses who have just entered the space inside the cauldron. Huh? That's Gong Wuxin. His momentum is amazing. He is going to make the first move. It seems that young Master Ling Hu will be suppressed soon. This time, is the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp going to take the lead? Alas, it's just beginning and it's going to end. I thought I could see the two universe realm powerhouses of the 15th realm take action. After all, young Master Linghu still hasn't grown up. After leaving the giant star cauldron, just a group of young geniuses of the same realm is enough to crush him. Yes, although he is outnumbered and suspected of being besieged, his opponent, young Master Linghu, is known as the peerless genius of the human clan. It's not a shame. After all, he is too arrogant. This setback should allow him to grow up. As these words sounded, the eyes of the powerhouses of the Zhan clan flashed, and they all showed a look of satisfaction. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jingtian, Yuan Changfeng, and Old Man Shenyuan. All the masters and leaders of the 16 top families of the imperial court were relieved at the same time. Long Xiong, the crown prince of the imperial court, Zhan Lingfeng, the crown prince of the heavenly battle empire, and Su Biqing, the crown prince of the heavenly Chun kingdom, all had hideous smiles on their faces. Hong Do, Lai Feng, and the three-star general of the immortal army of the imperial court looked cold and indifferent. The 5 elders of the Yingji clan, the barbarian bull clan, the golden eagle clan, the colorful python clan, and the greedy wolf clan from the Federation of the Second Universe frowned as they looked at each other. They didn't see Zhao Ritian and the other geniuses of the Second Universe who had just entered the Shenong giant cauldron. But the battle was going to end early. This was not good news. At the same time, the powerhouses of the other forces and clans who had been hiding in the distant void and hadn't shown themselves were also very disappointed. They hadn't had time to make a move yet,